Kia ora, welcome to our extraordinary meeting of Hawke's Bay Regional Council. A warm welcome to those online. Kia ora, Councillor Will Foley, all the way from the other side of the world. Thank you for joining us.
He needs a medal.
And also warm welcome to councillors and staff and those online. To start us, Martin, would you please open with a karakia or a prayer? Kia ora.
All right. Morena tātou, morena koutou, ka ino e tātou, whakataka tahau, te ururu, whakataka tahau ki te tōna, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai.
E hia kia mā te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauiora. Kia ora, thank you for leading us, Councillor Williams. Today's meeting's been live streamed on the Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In event of an earthquake, drop cover and hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. In the event of an evacuation, if the emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Voltaire Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted. Toilets are located down the hallway outside the chamber entrance. Okay, we've got that way. Our next item on the agenda is conflict of interest declarations. And before we get into that, I just want to preface today's meeting with a few reminders. So today we're here to deliberate on our 3-year plan with themes and choices consulted on with our community. We're here to represent all the people across our beautiful Rohe, and we thank the committed submitters on their views for our consideration today. Our focus today and energy needs to be solution-driven with the future in mind. Past council decisions, whether it be last council or this term, it's not a place all the time to undo those decisions. We must focus on what's ahead of us in today's long-term plan decisions. I will hold to account any councillor who undermines or attempts to undermine past council decisions. That is no different to the issues relating to conflicts or perceived conflict of interests, because we have all agreed to the same code of conduct. Okay, so today it's my job to keep us on track so that we can get to the point of well-considered and reasoned decisions as a council. So calling for conflict of interest declarations is open now to any of the themes or issues that we will face in today's items. Where's Councillor Sears?
She's outside.
Ran out to take a call.
Shall I go and get her?
Yes, please.
Chair, I'd like to declare a perceived possible conflict with the erosion control scheme. Our property is recipients of that grant, or has been in the past.
Thank you for declaring that. And do you have any reason to not discuss or vote?
In my view, no.
Okay.
But no, I don't have a reason to not vote.
Okay. Councillor Sears, we're just declaring conflicts of interest.
Sorry, apologies, Madam Chair, just my hard copy of papers was somewhere else. Yes, conflict of interest. I'm Director of Hawke's Bay Tourism, so I won't partake in conversation or voting on that matter.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Yeah, Chair, I'm also aware that there is a request for additional funding from Hawke's Bay Future Farming Trust, which I'm the Director, so I declare that conflict.
Thank you. Do you have any reason to be excluded from discussions or voting?
No,
in
but
that
I
manner?
won't vote on that one.
You will not vote. Thank you. Are there any other conflicts to declare? Your Honour? Okay. We will move on to the confirmation of minutes from the Regional Council held on the 29th of May. Are there any changes to be made to that? There are none. Yes, can I have a mover and a seconder for those? Thank you, Councillor Harding and Councillor Hokianga. Would you like to speak to that?
Just really briefly to say thank you to the staff for faithfully noting or summarising concerns of the speakers, and thank you for those speakers who showed up and gave us their wisdom. Thank you.
Councillor Hokianga, any other speakers? There are none. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. We now move into our decision items. We have 13 reports to make our way through today. As suggested, and if there are any disagreements with the method in which we take each decision item, they will be taken provisionally until we get to item 17 to consolidate the decisions before. Any opposition to that method of working through today's agenda? Yeah, none, thank you. Okay, so decision item 4, the 3-year plan deliberations. We have the introduction. Nick, if you can lead out on that, and then councillors will have 5 minutes each to reflect on your time in the process of this 3-year long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and kia ora koutou, councillors, and welcome to, I guess, probably one of the most significant meetings that any council has in its triennium, and that's your deliberations on your long-term plan. As council will be aware, our long-term plan this year is slightly different to usual. Usually council would be putting together a 10-year audited plan. But given the events of 18 months ago and the cyclone, we're operating under specific legislation this time around, where we're preparing a 3-year unaudited long-term plan. And that really recognises the fact that the financial and human impacts on the region of the cyclone were so significant that councils and other institutions like us are in a period of rebuild and the uncertainty that brings. Nonetheless, officers have tried to prepare for you advice and support your decision making that is consistent with what we would normally do in a long-term plan, but for 3 rather than 10 years. Looking ahead at the decisions you're making today, as the Chair has suggested, just in terms of the process, each of the papers deals with one of the consultation items that was considered by the community and asks you to make decisions and then subject to confirmation of those decisions in the final paper, which is in item 17. My suggestion is that as we work through those, officers really are here to help answer questions and to support you in your decision making. Take all the time you need to do that, and I'll work with the Chair if breaks are needed along the way to consider more information. Then I'm happy to work that way and suggest that you might wish to take a break before the final resolution in item 17, just so that officers can go away and make sure that we've got all the numbers correct. And that you know what it is you are making your final decisions about. Just in terms of the process that gets followed, in addition, you as councillors are obviously free to make decisions. Generally, decisions in a long-term plan deliberation are bounded by the options that you present to the community. You can step outside of those options, provided it doesn't trip significant engagement policy or cause us to have to go back through a legal process under statute that there isn't time to do. So we can provide advice as we go through if any of those matters arise, but essentially we're guided in this process by the Local Government Act. Just in terms of approach, council has been through a number of workshops since you started this process nearly a year ago now, with your strategic sessions with Chris Minnie. And at that point, council looked at what the key issues were that you wanted to focus on, where your highest priority areas were going to be. Since then, we have gone through aspects of the business, looked at everything from levels of service through to infrastructure strategies, financial strategies, and so on. And councillors, I know, will reflect in a few minutes on that process. From an officer's perspective, it has been a really challenging year to balance the financial outcomes of having been through a global pandemic, the financial challenges that have come with the cyclone, and then the obvious economic and social challenges that the country as a whole faces at the moment. So there are difficult decisions to be made right through this long-term plan, and I think we, as a council, face those, and the whole local government sector faces that across the country, and we've seen councils wrestling with challenging rate rises from Northland to Southland. I might stop there, Chair, and there's nothing material otherwise in the introduction paper. It's simply a recommendation to note it.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. So we'll just start with any questions or clarifications on the item. No, very straightforward.
I've got a question.
Yes.
In line number 10, right at the end, you give an example that no decision or deferred decisions are, and they are not an option. Can you explain to me, please, why they're not an option if they wouldn't trigger going outside the bookends, as we so speak?
You can take decisions outside of the bookends, provided they don't trip our significance and engagement policy. So if it required you to go and re-engage with the community again to test that, then you would be taking a decision that you can't then advance in the rates.
Possibly didn't make my question clear enough.
Yeah.
Can we defer a decision if we stay within the bookends? So it's a minor, or not so minor, but it stays within the bookends, and we don't actually have to consult. Can we then defer a decision today? And if not, why not?
I think possibly the best way to deal with that might be, if it arises, can we deal with it then? I'm kind of trying to work out the hypotheticals of it. I think I'll just check with Desi.
Sorry, I think what I was meaning when I wrote that was that you'd have to make a decision so that we can set the rates. So so you need to either decide status quo or an option or something that we would then move forward through the 3-year plan. But that doesn't preclude you making other choices.
So you cannot defer a decision at all?
Well, if the decision was to stick with the status quo or make a change, you just need to make a decision that we can roll through the 3-year plan.
Okay.
Councillor Harding?
Thank you, Chair. Look, and probably a question for Nick again. Just trying to get a bit more clarity about the scope of decision-making, the difference between year 1 versus years 2 and 3. So my understanding is that essentially the urgency and level of detail required for year 1 for the rate setting mechanisms means that we need a decision now-ish. And it's a decision in detail which allows the rates to be struck. We don't have that same level of immediacy for years 2 and 3. Does that, but we still have this question of linkage to levels of service that are set in the plan. So I'm just looking to get to have a conversation around that and just understand a little bit more the flexibility that we may or may not have relating to levels of service or other factors about the year 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Question.
So you're essentially correct in that you're setting levels of service that we have to stick to for year one. For years 2 and 3, council can choose to amend its LTP between now and then change its levels of service and consult with the community about that. So you have flexibility in those out years.
Thank you. Any further questions or clarifications? There are none. Well, we may open up for 5 minutes, and I think, Councillor Van Beek, would you like to start us?
No, thank you.
No?
No, I've got nothing to say.
Nothing to say? Councillor Will Foley on the screen. Oh, we can't hear you. Oh, it's gone.
Is that any better?
Yes, yeah, great, we can hear you.
Gotcha.
Sorry about that. Just trying to collect my thoughts here. Thank you, Chair. Good to see you back. I guess, yeah, I don't have a lot to say at this point, other than probably this feels like the most important time just recently that I've been through as a councillor around this table, and leading up to today being one of the most important days. I guess just need to thank all those people that have submitted, came to the hearings, came to the meetings, and gave their feedback. And I love the way the staff have sort of embedded in all the papers today the sort of comments and responses from our people amongst all the papers, to give us a flavour of what was said from all sides around each topic. I think probably the thing that sticks with me the most through this process and where we find ourselves in and what's happening out and about is the world's a fast changing place, and we find ourselves in a much different time than we did, say, last LTP. And I guess, many things get talking about as perhaps broken or need of amendment, and one of those has to be our ability to change quickly, to adapt to the world we find ourselves in, and that's where I just think we definitely do struggle. That's not something we're going to fix today, but I guess our ability to change and adapt to what our ratepayers see out there and the way they need us to change, to I guess to adapt to meet their needs, such as the flood infrastructure post the cyclone, but particularly right now, rates affordability is a massive one. And so, yeah, look, I think we have to do each paper today individually. That's the only way to do it. But the key for me will be getting to the end, and where do we end up as, I guess, a largely complete plan, and what does that mean for our ratepayers? That's going to be the key. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Curtin.
I'll pass, thanks, Chair.
Pass. Councillor Sears.
Sure, thank you. You sure, Councillor Curtin? I'm surprised. No opening comments?
There's plenty of time left in the day.
Oh, right. Oh, you're saving yourself. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And yeah, picking up on Will's comments, thank you, Nick, and your team, and Desi, I think, primarily for the papers. I agree. It's really nice to see the voice of constituents come through. Really appreciate that. Thank you to submitters. It's clear to all of us that most of our submitters feel like there's hardly any point in submitting. They think that these decisions are made, and the process that takes place in local government's really dissatisfying for most of our constituents. We need to do better at that. I'm hoping that we'll see some new processes going forward, even after our flood review, in ways that our community feel they have some power in discussing where we're going and how we're doing it. I've looked at this long-term plan from the micro picture of what's happening in my own constituency. Havelock North, Hastings and Flaxmere, within the parameters of what we've set within our revenue and finance and this proposed 20%. This sits quite well. I'm not saying that that's an acceptable level, but within the parameters we set, my constituency sits quite well. The changes to revenue and finance and the percentage change have played out really well across my district or my area. Most people sitting really comfortably inside the 20%. In Hastings, definitely, even lower, a little bit higher in Flaxmere because of the lower land value, but the quantum is lower, and then higher as you move into heavy, high-value properties in Havelock. But across the general constituency, it's quite a neat fit, quite different to the outliers that we see from other constituencies. Most people, when I look across Napier as well, so we're looking at our major urban residents, which is the majority of our ratepayers. Like most councillors, I do the 1 o'clock in the morning wake up and I sit down and do another 20 houses on the rates calculator. I think I must have done 1,000 by now over this time. Most constituents that I come up with are paying between $10 and $20 a week to this organisation with the changes. Over the picture of a year, about $500 to $1,000, $10 to $20 per week for all the services we provide. Most importantly, the flood defence system that means they can live in their homes and work in this region. I'm not disputing the outliers, I'm not disputing affordability, but when I look at this across the majority of our ratepayers, I see value for money compared to what I'm seeing around for what I can buy for $10 or $20 a week elsewhere. I understand cumulative impact. I'm not stupid. I understand the other 4 councils' increases. They're not just percentages, those are huge dollar amounts. Huge in some instances. A close friend who's peri-urban, which is one of our outliers, her district council rates on her small lifestyle property are going from $6,500 from Hastings District Council to $9,500. I know these aren't small amounts of money. But I also know that this organisation, that we do excellent work in our catchments and our other departments. I know this not only through the committee work that we do, but I also know it from my own personal on-ground interaction. Can we do it more efficiently? Can we do more with less? Yes, we're going to have to. It's as simple as that. Everybody's going to have to. And I agree that a timeline for reviewing our big work streams is urgent. And I know our teams, and particularly my group manager, are keen to find ways to do the work that we are already doing well, better and more cost effectively. What I've come to at the end of this process, Madam Chair, most importantly, is that what we can and can't afford is the question, but I know what we really can't afford as a region is another event that our infrastructure is not designed to deal with. That's actually what we can't afford. We can't afford the damage of another Cyclone Gabrielle. We have to design and invest in resilient infrastructure, soft and hard engineering. We're looking at that. We have to protect the region's people and our environment. And I also know that the centre of this work is with landowners and farmers at the tops of our catchment, who we are asking to retire their productive land and plant in trees for soil conservation measures for the benefit of this whole region. That's not the whole story, but that is one part of it. That is actually the conversation I want to spend time on with our community to build capacity in our region, to do the work that needs to be done in a time frame that's actually going to protect us for the next event. There's been huge noise in this LTP about very small issues. Fair enough. I get that. Everybody's interested in their own issue. But as a council, I want to start putting really serious time and urgent conversations around accelerating our next steps in our core business, which is the Soil and Conservation and River Management Work Act of 1941 as our centre. The overriding purpose of this act, quote, is to make provision for the conservation of soil resources, the prevention of damage by erosion, and make better provision for the protection from damage by floods. That's really what I'm interested in. Kia ora, thank you, Chair, for the time.
Kia ora. Councillor Roadley. Gosh, I'd love to just be able to say what she said.
Thank you, Councillor Sears. I endorse all your comments. You and I are sitting very aligned on the way you see the work that we are charged to do for our communities. Thank you, staff, for putting together not just these reports, but the plethora of information and supporting documents, bringing forward the voice of the submitters across our rohi into these deliberations. To me, that's really important. I'd like to just endorse that I really support that this is a 3-year plan, and the obvious reasons sitting behind there. And I do feel a real sense that we are in what continues to be extraordinary times. I'm not sure how long they stay extraordinary, but there is a time upon us where we are looking down a reset, and I think our community have strongly urged us that we do need to do this reset. And the reviews that we are looking at around efficiencies, absolutely. Let's be the best at delivering this important work out into our community. I absolutely endorse what you've said so eloquently around what is our key work that we do. This is significant life-saving work that we provide to our communities, life-saving for our community, but also for our environment and for our aquatic life, for our biodiversity. This is the real mahi that we do. And we have been told, or I have been told many, many times about staying in our lane, and this is our lane. And the work that we are doing needs to continue and be accelerated. The tension between the community's ability to pay for that work is not lost on anyone at this table, especially not myself. Whilst I am comfortable with the way the revenue and finance policy has influenced the rates distribution across the Wairoa district, I can absolutely see how it has landed awkwardly for some areas, and I have great confidence that we can look into and solve some of those outlying issues. I still believe it was the right move, and I endorse that completely. That tension between our ability to pay and the work that needs to be doing is only going to get worse. I think there is a strong sense, both from us as an organisation, but also from the community, that there is some big work ahead of us, and it's not very far away. We're not looking at 100 years from now, or we absolutely are, but actually the work needs to start yesterday. And these are big money, and I have absolutely am challenged with how we're ever going to pay for this. So I absolutely welcome central government reviewing how the funding mechanism works into local government. I think that's absolutely a conversation I know that our staff are participating in, and it's one our community needs to lean in and support. We cannot do what needs to be done with the resources that we currently, and the structure we currently have. So I welcome a shift in how that work is funded. Absolute thanks to those people who took the time to do the formal submissions. I know that a submission is not something that is taken lightly. There's a whole lot of work and thinking and talking that goes on before a person puts pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, however it may be. And thank those people who have taken that time in there, and fabulous to see that reflected in the papers today. But I also want to note that bringing to my deliberations are all the conversations that were undertaken with the community, and and even those that were from the previous consultation, the revenue and finance consultation. Those conversations are also sitting on our shoulders, and we hear you. And democracy is a beautiful thing. Not everybody's going to win today and get what they want, but we will absolutely be balancing those needs with what we need to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rodley. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, it's struck me through this consultation that we as a council have been, along with our community, been in an extraordinarily difficult position of coming out of the end of the cyclone with a massive amount of work to do, and compound that with processes and history of this council, and things that just had to carry on. So revenue and financing policy review, living with the after effects of post-COVID decisions that were made about the funding of this organisation, and living with the consequences of a downturn in our investment portfolio performance. All that's come together very awkwardly, and in the context of the consultation has also been complicated by a couple of hot button topics that have attracted a lot of submission. And in particular, the funding of Tamata Peak and Hawke's Bay tourism. What I've learned from that is that the more things, the more stuff going on, and the more things that you try and consult on at any one point of view, the more complex it becomes for everyone to manage, and the harder it is for submitters to submit, and the harder it is for us as a council to get good quality information. And so for me, an unfortunate aspect of this consultation has been that a lot of energy and attention has gone into what is not at our core. Important issues, particularly the peak and tourism, undoubtedly, but not our core. And it's actually left us with more difficulty in reaching some decisions today around that core, around really serious issues about how we pay for some of this immediate flood protection. Look, and I own my part in putting this package of submissions together. I own the headline interest increases and the things that we chose to consult on. We had to go, we had a lot to deal with. Was it ideal? No. Would we do it again that way? Possibly not. But that's something we just have to work through today. So I think it's going to be particularly challenging for us around that flood protection, because there's not the detail. Whilst we have a reasonable number of submissions, there's not the colour, the detail, because so many of that part of the submissions, although it's part of the submissions, is actually on stuff that doesn't inform flood protection. So we're going to have to do the best we can around that. I think it has, for the first time, for a number of particularly urban, peri-urban, and what's the word? No, not the rural, but the horticultural businesses around the peri-urban, for the first time, we're able to see through the rates calculator the combined effect of two changes, the revenue and financing policy and the LTP. And for a large number of the population, there's around about a 20% plus around about a 15 to 20% increase coming through. So a lot of people are seeing for the first time the combined effect of that too, of 30, 40% increase, and that's very confronting. Even though, as Councillor Sear says, the quantum may not be significant for many urban dwellers. At the margins, there's been some quite dramatic effects and some real outliers, not just in the outliers that were consulted on and the questions that were consulted on around our emissions policy, but Central Hawke's Bay around the redistribution of the Upper Tukituki flood scheme, the regional public transport, and for some the compounding effect of going to capital value for the general rate, which we're not going to unwind, but we need to be sensitive to the compounding effect that these things have had, and that at the margin there's probably some refinement on a couple of those things, and I know that councillors have been thinking about the potential to refine what we do with the Upper Tukituki scheme and regional public transport as two good examples, and I think that we have an opportunity to recognise that we hear some of the pain and stress that we have caused to some parts of the community, and recognise that that is part that erodes trust and confidence in this organisation. We have to factor in trust and confidence in what we do. We are embarking on a massive rebuild of the Hiratonga Plains, and we're only seeing the start of it in this LTP. We have to understand that we have to take the community with us on this. And so it's not just a case of making good decisions, it's a case of being seen to make good conditions. So there's a balancing act there. And my hope for today is that we can recognise and address, and to the extent we can, alleviate some of those key themes of concern that have come through both of those rating processes that may have been eroding trust and confidence. Thank you.
Councillor Harding. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, firstly, I also want to thank our community for responding so strongly, candidly, and in many cases helpfully to the consultation document, hard on the heels of the revenue and finance policy. It might fairly be said that some of our community was so outraged they had no choice but to respond, and in any event they did. And I can assure everyone the submissions have been read, and we listened very carefully to everyone who presented to us. So again, thank you. Look, I just wanted to start with some general observations before we drill down to the specific decisions and options. Firstly, the analogy of the slowly boiling frog was raised and springs to mind where I think our communities have woken up to the fact that the regional council rating levels have increased significantly in recent years and are now crossing the threshold of pain. Simply put, our communities have cried enough. As I see it, we are, or at least must be, at or about peak rate. The question, though, is the approach we take to halt and reverse the trend. Some of my colleagues, I think, a couple who may be keeping their powder dry, would like to do that in a more dramatic and radical way than I'm comfortable with. To that, can I say this? We've been urged to show leadership. In my view, the leadership we must show is to set this organisation and the region up to be resilient in the face of the ever-increasing and serious risks presented by climate change to our land, rivers, coastline, marine environments and infrastructure, and to finally confront an over-century-long legacy of biodiversity decline. We cannot do that simply by cutting rates and shedding staff in a knee-jerk way. While I'm at it, you're in fantasy land if you think we could have got through 2023 on just 250 staff. Our rate-paying community demanded the work of 1,000 people last year from our staff, no doubt about it, and so did we. So can I just ask my colleagues, and indeed the ratepayers who submitted, to think of the context here. I doubt it's ever been more difficult to be in local government. New Zealand faces a chronic infrastructure deficit, estimated accounting for climate change of up to $1 trillion before 2050, reflecting decades of underinvestment by both central government and councils across this country, politically taking the easy way out by not taxing and rating enough. That's the truth of it. To keep up with the pace and scale of the challenges that have now landed at our table here today, not just here, but right across the country, and amidst a local government funding model that's undeniably broken. So yes, people are doing it tough, but so is the environment. It's doing it really tough, and as a result of decades of chronic and systemic underinvestment in its protection. And the reality beyond that is we're now in a state of effective climate dysfunction, with Cyclone Gabriel being the last reminder of that and foreshadowing potentially worse to come. Unfortunately, I truly fear that Cyclone Gabriel was just the prelude. With this in mind, the Flood Protection Scheme reviews coming out later this month or next are likely to recommend significantly more resilience work as being essential at a cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars in the coming years and decades on top of what we're proposing in this LTP, which is already in itself at unprecedented scale and pace. So I don't actually think this is the rainy day, as some submitters suggest, and instead of selling assets, we actually need to invest in and grow our balance sheet as we intend through our financial strategy. Only in that way can we better prepare the organisation so that when the rainy day truly comes, there's more on the war chest to draw from, and in the meantime, better dividend returns and less reliance on funding our activities through, you guessed it, rates. One of the messages I think we all took from the consultation document in this context is that we should stick to our core business. However, there were some very different views about what our core business is. The dominant and most numerous concern in submissions was to continue funding a regional park we don't own, and one sector of the economy, tourism, which we take no operational part in, and undeniably is not part of our core business, as the staff report confirms. Some submissions by those favouring continued investment in these areas said we should pull back on the nice-to-haves, like erosion and biodiversity. Others saw it completely the other way around, and it's really revealing to see the submissions in isolation. There were 2/3 of the submissions on biodiversity and erosion control saying don't cut those, spend more. Public transport took a pretty serious hit in a number of submissions as some sort of frilly that it's not worth pursuing, and I'll be talking a bit about that later. But if we add the submissions seeking that we retain support for tourism, Tomato Peak, and biodiversity and erosion control, in fact, the dominant message is to spend more, not less. So yes, I say to our communities, we've heard you, and while not all with a united voice, the message overall is clear. Rates are too high. Things are truly tough out there. We cannot keep increasing the size of this organisation and putting up rates ad infinitum. Instead, we need to look for smarter, more effective ways to spend the ratepayer dollar to leverage outcomes in our core service areas of land and catchment management, flood resilience and the like, and with much greater impact, such as through our vitally important and promising Land for Life program. There is a flip side to that, however, and I'm nearly finished. As I say, a lot of what we do as a council has to be done by someone. If our ratepayers don't want to pay us to do the work, then it's a bit like deciding you can no longer afford to pay the cleaner, so you better get out there and buy yourself a vacuum cleaner, put some gloves on, get a broom and get on with it yourself. We can remain enabler, catalyst and coordinator, but more of the doing will need to be outsourced. I know many of our catchment collectives are up for it, and they are a classic case in point, if only we would get out of the way. I see more opportunity to stem or turn the tide in the various ways sought by our communities in years 2 and 3 than in year 1. I think ideally at governance level we would have been about 18 months ahead of where we are now on this more strategic and effective approach to council funding and service delivery. But as I've shared, and to conclude, the context for this council and indeed local government has never been more challenging. We might be forgiven for having taken our eye off the ball somewhat and having to grapple with what we've had to face since 14 February 2023. My focus today and more immediately is we must address the combination of the revenue and finance policy changes, including the shift to capital value, where they've produced extreme anomalies in some cases which are unacceptable. And that will be a key focus of my deliberations and the papers to follow. Thank you, Chair, and to my colleagues for your patience in allowing me to share these thoughts. And thank you again to the many submitters who've contributed to this process.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. I actually feel quite nervous about today, and I think we probably all do. And the reason I'm saying that is to, I hope, give some comfort's not the right word, but so for ratepayers to understand that we're taking this extraordinarily seriously. In fact, it's probably the most serious meeting we will have in our 3 years. Yeah. What I try and do at these meetings is think what I thought before I was a councillor, and so in my case, in a couple of months' time, I'm going to get a bill which is about 3 times what it was last year, and what I would have thought prior to being a councillor is that's outrageous. I would have ranted to my wife, I would have moaned to my mates and so on. The other point I'd like to note to our ratepayers in respect of that is when we sit around this table, we have the luxury of time and detail. And so whilst the prior me would have had a rant about my threefold increase in rates, having been involved in the detail and decision-making around that, I'm actually okay with it. I'm an outlier, but I wasn't actually paying enough before, so I'm okay with it. But most people don't have that luxury of the detail. The other thing I would say is, if you think of us in a business sense or whatever, what has happened through Gabrielle is going to cost us our entire rate income over the next few years. So it's a bit like a business. All its income has just gone on repairing stuff. You know, we're not getting any more. We're just putting back what was there. It's a disastrous situation to have to cope with. So that obviously is going to have an effect on the money side of things. I do feel, as far as our operation is concerned, that actually we do need to cut our cloth. Everyone is doing that. I think if we don't do that, then we're not showing empathy with the sort of signals we've got from the ratepayers in respect of that. I do actually think alongside that we need to support the things that are taking $1 from us and turning it into something more, the likes of catchment groups and so on. So that's the way, if we're going to be effective in future and do better at what we do, that's how we do that, by getting people to do our work for us, by those sorts of things. So that really is all I wanted to say, Chair, but in particular that the message to the ratepayers is we've got the luxury of time and detail to make our decisions. I'm sorry we haven't been able to take them along as much as we should. I hope the outcome of today signals to them that actually what they have said, and in particular the quality of the submissions they've given, demonstrate that we have taken that into account.
Thank you, Councillor McIntosh. Councillor Hawke.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I will start off by leaning into the Māori ward councillor position that I hold, and thanking the region for their response and their submissions. You'll probably find in this whole process that there's been a more of a passive response from Māori constituents, and that's probably because we can, in my opinion, it's due to two main things. And one is not truly understanding the importance of the process of rate reviews and the LTP work, and how important this is within the local government structure. Since Māori wards have been in place, alongside the Regional Planning Committee, where our post-settlement entities have been representing the voices of some of our Māori communities, iwi and mana whenua, with our Māori committee. I guess it finds its genesis, the passiveness of Māori constituents in this regard, although we have those before mentioned structures in place to allow the voice of Māori, iwi Māori and mana whenua to be represented. In general, you will find the genesis of this passive approach and responses to the submission process in examples like the latest Waitangi Tribunal hearing of Ngāti Koroki of Raukawa, where they identify 80% of their land loss was due to rating structures. And I guess, and I have socialised the thinking and the responses from the Māori constituents and mana whenua on the ground has been more related relating to the intergenerational trauma of land loss. The intergenerational attitude flows on today, where they take the approach of head down and get on with the work, because they will do whatever needs to be done to protect whatever remains in their position. So again, to thank the work of the staff and the current structures that our regional council have to allow the participation of Māori voice at the table. We're not quite there yet in being able to do enough of the heavy lifting so that Māori constituents better understand the importance of their voice and be able to participate fully in the submission processes of both the rating review and the LTP. So I'll just leave it there for now, Madam Chair, and tēnā tātou.
Thank you, Councillor Hawke. Open back up. Councillor Van Beek? Councillor Cooden? No? That's fine. Okay, come away. Thank you. I'm happy to move this paper, this item. Can we have a seconder? Councillor Sophie says, thank you. Just to add my note, and very short, probably not 5 or 6, 7 minutes. But ever since we started workshopping back in October, just want to thank all the councillors for your open-mindedness and confidence in leading the way and the direction. And particularly to our submitters, the 822 of them, the 60 that came along, they shared their experiences, their views, their perspectives, and that only makes our decisions far more robust and meaningful. So I really thank our submitters for being a part of the process with us. There's no doubt that we're still grappling with the challenges of Cyclone Gabrielle. We are still in heavy recovery. And what struck me through the process is that we have a hugely ambitious program for flood resilience. And to get our Category 2 communities back to Category 1. And it was somewhat disappointing, and it's been commented, the lack of direction that we have had from community about that. And I believe that's because we have had submissions through the other tough choices in our consultation. But we have those decisions to make today, and actually we have far more resilience work to do. We have coastal hazards, we have the flood protection report and review, where we have to prioritise what are our next steps, and then our shining light through Land for Life. And we can't do that without government support. And we know through the $250 million program that we're embarking on to complete within 4 years, our investment of $44 million, it can never have got to where we are taking it to without government contribution. So we need to keep working really hard with the government to say our core business and infrastructure, that support is needed, or we can't do these things that we need to for our region. Also want to thank our staff, our exec, Nick, Desiree, Chris, for leading us through this process. It's not an easy one. And I think across the country, what we see with councils, regional councils, they're in the double figures in rate rise also, but haven't had to contend with the recovery we're still undergoing. Today presents us with an opportunity. We have some levers to pull in these reports, and I think we should pull every single one of them for those that we've heard from that are hurting. I'd also like to put on the table near the end another resolution to our CE that directs an efficiency review and program that must be ready for year 2. We'll come to that near the end in item 16, But I think that's exactly what we've heard from our constituents, from our communities. The affordability at this time in the economic environment we all live in, it touches everyone, that we cannot take the path that what we set out in our long-term plan with the rate rises. So today I want us to really focus on each and every report and what levers we can pull to ease some of the pain, particularly with our outliers. I think that is unacceptable, the outliers. So I'll just leave it at that, councillors. We do have a long day. Let's work through it in a pace that suits us and we're comfortable with each decision. We will take regular breaks when we need to, particularly once we get to item 17. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. So let's move this item and move on to item 5. So all those who agree, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. I have been remiss with apologies. So Mike Paku sends his apologies, but we have Katarina. Kia ora, Katarina. Thank you for joining us in his place. Also Tanya Hopman's apology and Charlie Lambert apology. So I'm happy to move those. Councillor Curtin, second. All those who agree, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 5, investing in flood resilience. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Chair. So, councillors, this is the first of the in principle decision items, and I'm going to, as we head through all of these items, we've got all of exec, Desi, Chris Comber available. Katrina's struck down with COVID, so she's available online when we get to PT. But I'll ask Chris to kick this one off. It is quite a complicated item, so we're here to help you as you make your decisions. Chris, over to you.
Thank you. So, Chair, I just thought I'd outline the key points of the paper and then enter a discussion and Q&A from there. And then I think being the first one, we'll get the feel for it for the remainder of the papers. But obviously this is for the North Island weather event funding. So as the Chair indicated, a significant portion of this funding is from the Crown, but it does come with a co-funding responsibility. So what we're talking about here is our co-funding responsibility, which is 24 million of the initial capital for the creation of these new assets and the general works, which is 17 million. So one of the things is that any proposed rate in this area will taper in over time. So although the rating would commence next year or next financial year, as the loans are drawn down to fund the construction, the rates will increase over time. So each year they'll effectively build up until that loan is drawn down, and the operations and maintenance isn't forecast to commence until year 4. So although we're making decisions around O&M, they wouldn't actually be implemented until the O&M actually occurs, which is notionally 4 years down the track. So you'll see there's a good chart in the paper outlining the various areas and the various options, and it's really just a reminder that there was a huge amount of effort in the finance and revenue policy to try and standardise our approach to flood resilience, and really coming to a view that a 70-30 split for our flood resilience schemes was where we're at. However, we have presented a second option for both Whirinaki and Rongoho. And just remembering that Wairau, the Crown funding fully funds the capital creation of that new asset. So there's no capital contribution from Wairau for that new scheme. So if we look at the submissions, the numbers are there in paragraph 10. On the whole, there was a high level of support for the Council's preferred option of applying the existing policy. But there was also probably about a third of submitters looking at alternatives. Of note, when people made comments, there was only 133 submitters who made a comment under this topic. So that's quite down on the, I think, 12 or 1,300 submissions we had in total. And there was a mix of views. The analysis has also shown that those submitters who made comments about having a general rate funding were primarily living in the areas of interest, and those that had more of a target or beneficiary pays scenario lived outside the area of interest. So that was picked up through the analysis. But a bottom line of those who submitted is most supported using the existing 70-30 split. So that's quite significant for those small schemes, and all of the numbers are in the consultation document. But just as a reminder, if we look at somewhere like the Whirinaki scheme, under the revenue and finance policy, once it's constructed, the direct properties are looking at like a $2,000 annual rate for the capital, plus around a $900 annual rate for the operations and maintenance. And that obviously reduces under the 50-50 scenario. And then if we looked at Prongaho, similarly, under the existing 70-30 split, again, close to $2,000 per annum for the initial capital, and around $300 and something for the operations and maintenance. So just highlighting that some of those numbers are relatively significant, but all fully transparent in the document there. So although we do have the revenue and finance policy as a start, there's also a view that this was a significant event. The NIWA numbers, if we look at the pre-Gabriel return periods around Heretaunga, it exceeded a 1 in 1,000 year return period. And once we take Gabriel into event, we're still exceeding a 1 in 500 year return period around Heretaunga. So it was a significant event, and that could be taken into consideration for any decision making. So we spoke about that. Also highlighting the general works, which there's some components which are slated to be general rated funding, and those are the additional work to already repaired stock banks. So that was where we had made a repair. There's a $30 million provision to go back and build to the new 1% AEP standard. So that work is still being worked through. The pump stations are in the general rate funding arrangement, the telemetry network in the general rate, and accelerating the scheme reviews also under the general rate. So I think that summarises the feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions or facilitate discussion, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. Questions? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think Chris can answer this question, but I was just firstly wanting to get a very clear picture, a clearer picture than I've got in my head for all the detail we may have been treated to, Councillor McIntosh, of exactly what percentage of our projected total rates increases year 1, 2 and 3 is dedicated to or a result of contributing our cost share to the scheme through repaying the finance. So is it 0.7% this year? What's the percentage next year? I just wanted to get that in context.
I think in that waterfall diagram, there's a block that represents that, so Chris should be up to.
I'll just look that up at the moment and come back to that.
Chris looking that up.
And I have got
another one. Yep.
Backup question, just on the point you touched on, Chris, Dolly. The Whirinaki scheme, we've got seemingly Whirinaki other, 59 to 73% saying 70-30, and only 22 submitters or 12% saying the specific rate at 50-50, right?
Yep.
Could that be a reflection of the fact that, to your point, those people within the direct and the indirect footprint of that scheme form a fairly small percentage of our overall regional population? Or should I take that as an indication that the region as a whole doesn't think this is a good idea? Do you know? Would you be guessing like me?
I think Izzy or the team might have a bit more on the analysis, but both are true. So Whirinaki is a small area. I think there's only 37 direct properties. So, you know, if you multiply the percentage of the population who submitted versus, you know, and generally people are interested in matters that affect them. So the vast majority of other submitters may not have been so concerned, but I think it's quite widespread. But yeah, only, as you say, 12% on that 50-50 option, I think, and other scenarios coming in as a third. So it is not unanimous support for the revenue and finance policy position at 59%.
Final question. Havelock North had a fairly hostile, or irate, I should say, disappointed Mr. Bickle in here. What exactly is going on there? I understand it's to do with who owns the scheme and who should be rating for the local authority's share of it. There's, in addition to commenting on that, a suggestion that the council might have to levy its contribution retrospectively. What does that mean?
So my understanding, there's a paper coming to council in a month or so, but our CE might be able to provide some detail.
So essentially, yes, there's a paper coming in a month's time. What we've all agreed is that we won't hold up the works while we sort out who rates. So in order for the works to occur, we may yet have to collect that rate once the works have started.
So that's a conversation yet to be had.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I wouldn't mind that answer when you've got it.
Chris, have you got the answer?
Yeah, so in year one, the land categorisation stuff, or the NIWI program was 2.2% of an increase in the rates. In year two, that goes up to 4.9%. Then in year three, it's only 0.7%, but that's because the costs are sort of levelling out, so it's not so much of an increase, but it's still quite a larger portion of the total rates.
Can you just roll back? You jumped a bit fast for old people like me. What are you talking about?
Percentage of rates.
2.2% of the rates increase this year is for the scheme, 4.9% of next year's rates.
So this is the
Category 2 work.
Category 2 work.
Yes.
You were saying, just run the numbers again, please.
So of this year's rates increase in the paper, it is 2.2% of the 19.6.
Yeah.
For next year, it accounts for 4.9% of the 18. And for the year three, it accounts for 0.7% of the 8%.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much. And do you have a prediction for year 4?
No, but
Category 2.
based on, because what we haven't worked in through there is all of the operating and maintenance costs that will start hitting in year 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris, that's fantastic.
Yeah, Councillor Kern.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I just start? I've got 4 questions, if you don't mind. Just going to Councillor Williams' question around paragraph 44, Havelock North Streams, so we'll start there. Can you just give us, you're looking at retrospective rating, but what are the dollar implications for that, please?
My understanding is a $2.5 million contribution, so it's the same as the other ratios where the notional value of that was 10 million, and so the co-funding component is 2.5 million.
To the but there's would be borrowed, so we're talking about a cost of borrowing in terms of the rate?
As no decision has been made how that would be funded and by who, sure. I can't answer the nature of whether it's borrowed or not.
Question to Ms Young, in terms of casting a rate, casting a budget, how do we deal with that? Is it done retrospectively on next year's year 2 rate? That's how that's handled?
That's how I envisage it's working.
And we're able to do that?
Through the annual plan, yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just go back, Chris, to your statement, particularly in relation to paragraph 23, and where I'm seeing this notion, and you reiterated it yourself, quoting a 1 in 1,000 year weather event. I'm just seeing the discrepancy between what's written and what you've said with what I've seen from the NIWA data, which I looked at this last night, shows the return period of 70 to 320 years across a range of weather stations. And then the same NIWA report says that the average over the whole Hawke's Bay region, the prediction is a return period of 10 to 35 years. Why are we seeing such a variance in recalling or recollecting what the return period is?
So I'm referencing the NIWA letter report on the return period of the stream flows, which is not from our weather station or anything like that. And it outlines for all of the stream flow areas from Wairua. So I think it was about an 80-year return period in Wairua. In the lower Narararo and Tutaikuri, it was well over 1 in 1,000 year return period pre-Gabriel. And down in Parongaho, it was below 1 in 100. So that's the letter report that NIWA did. And then they also calculated post-event, and so that's when we're getting numbers like 1 in 400 and 1 in 500. And there's about 20 different locations that they've worked that out. So perhaps we can bring that up and put that up on the screen later on, and then we can be all clear about where those numbers have come from. But it is the letter report from NIWA, which was released in March of this year on the stream flows.
Sure, I had a particular reference to the weather attribution thing. Madam Chair, if you just give me a moment. Why I see this as very important is that it shapes where we go in the future. And if in reference to things such as climate change, I believe we need to be very clear that the risk is high. It's not 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 500. It's much, much more prominent and imminent than that. The figure I got was a 3% chance on any 1 year of having a similar weather event. So I think we've got to be clear on that to the public. It goes back to the taking public wills.
Councillor, I think what you're referring to with that 30-year with the 3% return period is the chances of having a cyclone in Hawke's Bay, which I would agree with, but we're talking different statistics for different things, cross purposes in our discussion.
Councillor Curtin, very important points. Do you think this discussion is best placed with our flood review and how we plan for programs going forward?
Certainly,
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's probably a little bit premature, but
Yes,
nevertheless.
it's a good place to.
Can I take you to paragraph 45, 46? And I just want to understand this. You've got identified there under general works 45.1 to 4 various expenditures and under the CAP 2 or the agreement funding.
Yep.
Are those projects, has that expenditure absorbed into schemes?
So no, what we've highlighted there are those general works are general rate funded. So paragraph 46 is general works. They're spread across a range of assets, but the council consulted on a 100% general rate. So the proposal is that
that's not my question.
Yeah.
My question is, do we continue to invest into the scheme? Because I'm picking up on paragraph 46, where the general works are spread across a range of assets, geographical types, scheme types, etc. So I'm just trying to get the mechanics of this. Is the expenditure introduced into the scheme and treated as a part of that in terms of its
so yes, yes and no. So for example, the additional work for already repaired stop banks, that would be absorbed into a scheme. So for example, we repaired a stop bank at Awatoto. We might go back and rework that to the new 1% AEP. That asset is then part of the Heretaunga scheme. It's also fair to say for the pump stations, they belong in schemes. The telemetry network is not a scheme, it's an existing general rate funded item, and the scheme reviews, generally we've sort of general funded those rather than the scheme, particularly for the very small schemes, where a scheme review could be more than the annual operating budget of that scheme.
Just following that through then, we're looking at 100% general rate. How is that treated ongoing? So is it a one-off? and how in the future, if we revert to a 70-30 split, is there an ongoing 100% in that element of the scheme?
So it is debt funded, is my understanding. So the repayments are from the general rate, and if we were to make a change on the rate in the future, you would change the account from which the repayments come from. But Susie is that a fair
That's fair, yeah.
description?
So after the one-off,
Yeah.
it goes back to a 70-30.
For ongoing maintenance of pump stations and,
No, so this is saying that the borrowing for this work will be paid off by the general rate for the term of the loan. It's not saying it would change. And so you've raised a complicating issue that for a repair, say, to the Awatoto Stock Bank, it's funded from the general rate. That improvement will be paid off by the general rate, but it will be part of the Herotonga scheme, which is generally funded 70-30.
Can I add to that? Desiree? Sure. So we did carefully word that to be initial capital. So if there was future works on that asset, the costs would fall where they lie, so back in the scheme. So operating and maintenance and any further capital improvement would be back with the 70-30 split.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Chair. The consultation document that looked at it's probably a question actually for Ms. Carr. They looked at the initial capital and operating and maintenance, and then the 70-30, 50-50 or 100. That was only on year one of the scheme. And I'm assuming that's why in 41 you've given us the extended graph that's showing the costs over years 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, that's yes or no, as Chris would say. The tables on page 16 and 17 of the consultation document show the average over 20 years. So it does give you, to give the sense of affordability, it's the average over 20 years. But when they looked up their rating calculator and saw their actual rates, they only saw their first year.
Right. So when I see year one, for example, for Hiratonga, well, let's actually look at Prongaho because it's such a big change, and we see it timesing by 5 and then doubling. Are you telling me that you have, in this document, you have balanced that out over 20 years, so you won't see those types of increases on the scheme, is that right? Or have you got an example of a scheme where we would see the changing rate over year 1, 2 and 3?
Sure. So these are, so in the consultation document is averages. So there's a difference between averages and actual. I can give you an actual for Whirinaki Other.
Yep.
So we just did a sample property in Pahudakawa Drive. So when they looked up their rates calculator, they would have seen $135 as category 2, Whirinaki Other Direct. That's what's in paragraph 42. In year 2, that will go up to $697.68. And then in year 3, it's $3,109. And that's for the capital only. So they pay ongoing maintenance on top of that. For North Shore Road, so Pahudakawa Drive is direct, North Shore Road is indirect. Year 1, if they plugged it into the calculator, they would have seen their rates as a new line item for capital, $10.67. In year 2, it goes up to $55.10, and in year 3, $245.69. So that could go some way to answering your question as to why there was only a small number of ratepayers from within the scheme footprint submitting, because they thought, oh, well, $10 doesn't seem like a lot, or $135, but they couldn't see year 2 and year 3.
Can I jump in with a question? Sorry, Councillor Sears. So do you have a view of how that will look over the 20 years? Does it reach a standard level? Obviously, we're seeing a steep incline, but is it going to level out for the next 17 years
or is it going to continue to rise?
So it would never be level. So the main component being the capital component will be drawn down over 3 years. So it will rise sharply over 3 years. Then in the fourth year, the O&M would be caught.
But keeping it separate from the R&M, so will the capital cost, once it's reached its full drawdown, will it then kind of level out, or is it going, we're not going to see that
The
trajectory?
principal repayments will be the same over 20 years, but over time you will see that interest rate coming down. But to offset that though, you will see the O&M going up, so you will at some point, you know.
Councillor Sears, any further questions?
No, that's okay. I mean, I'm just flagging that was 178 in their rates calculator as an example. What they didn't see was 700 the next year or 3,000 the next year. So,
Can point out that on 16 and 17, it does show the total value for an average property in year 3, or averaged over 20 years.
averaged over 20 years, exactly, yes. Go back to averages. Councillor Harding will be pleased about that.
Not that he's an average guy. I aspire to be average. Thank you, Chair. Look, and this will be a question for Mr. Dolly. Just trying to get my head around maladaptation, that lovely phrase that we've learnt in the Joint Coastal Hazards Committee, and to what extent, if at all, it may not be, but I'm just trying to get clear in my head, particularly for the small schemes like your Prongahos and your Whirinaki others. Are we creating new protection which is going to allow more construction, more people going in the face of danger? I just want to be clear on that.
So we may be. So I'm aware of some of these locations where some of the vacant land has been flagged for development. Now, we're obviously, that's a district council issue, and it's one of those things where the pace of the statutory frameworks doesn't necessarily keep up with other decisions. One of the key things that we are keen to develop in future work is these floodplain management plans, and that's where we talk about any statutory protection for floodplains or the issues of maladaptation. But you are correct, there's nothing to stop there's no mechanism that comes with this work that would prevent further investment behind the protection, which is referred to as maladaptation.
Thank you.
No further questions? Councillor?
Happy to move.
Well, what I'd like us to do is move through each of the schemes so we're all very clear what we're deciding on, because we have been given options, we've heard from submitters, so we just need to be very sure on what we're deciding. So if we go to page 14.
Can I just ask one more question?
Yes, sure.
Of Susie? So the 2.5 mil for Havelock North, is that already counted into our projected year 2 rates?
No, that's what we were saying before. We'd have to do a change in the annual plan going forward.
Yeah. Okay, so if we head to 3.1.1.1, the Whitehall operating maintenance, okay. Are we happy with the proposed there from the consultation document? So 3.1.1.1, Whitehall?
Aye.
Yep, okay. Moving on to Whirinaki Industrial, capital and operating maintenance, what was proposed? Okay, so that's the 70-30, our existing revenue and finance policy setting. Okay.
Just O&M.
Capital and O&M.
Are we able to treat them separately?
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to highlight Whirinaki. I mean, I'm just signalling in very simple terms. I'm minded to look at 4.1 for Whirinaki other.
Yeah. Okay, yep, we'll get through that, but I just want to take us sequentially, okay? Yep. So I'll go back to 3.1.1.2, Whirinaki, industrial capital and O&M as proposed.
A question?
Yes.
Just confirming, Panpac is the biggest industrial person. We didn't receive a
Submission.
from Panpac, did we?
No.
So while we don't do that for the general ratepayer, we can make the assumption that they were comfortable with that option.
They were
Is that they were
contacted to
contacted?
submit,
Yes. Okay.
okay? And they did not.
Okay.
Thank you. If we move to Whirinaki other, capital and OM and M,
Are we moving 4.1, Chair?
you'll be moving 4.1. So here's the thing, is it relates to 4.1. So that instead of the capital being what we proposed, 4.1 suggests 50-50 split for capital.
Yes.
Okay? Are we happy with that? The 4.1 for the capital?
Well, thinking, Chair, there might be different views on each
Yep,
of these. It
okay.
might be best to put the motion as per 3.1 and see who disagrees.
Okay.
Well, if
Intended
my point was,
consequences.
if the industrial were happy with the proposed 70-30 split as proposed,
Yeah.
I was comfortable with that.
Yeah.
If there are
Yeah.
other views, maybe there's someone else that wants to bring in 4.1. Is that the way we're approaching it?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just move through and then we'll do the resolutions, okay? The Heretaunga scheme is status quo 70-30. We're happy with the capital and O and M split as proposed.
I did want to make a comment on that, Madam Chair, if I could.
Okay.
I note that that is the one that picks up Pakawhai.
Yes.
And we did have submissions
is.
from Pakawhai, and I really want to acknowledge them as quite a special part of the region in the effect of Cyclone Gabriel at the time, and also post-cyclone as to the effect on that community. I was happy with the proposal from one of the submitters to look at that at being 100% ratepayer funded, to really acknowledge that. But when I actually stripped down the figures, the actual change by the time it went 100, and then if you took the 70-30 and put back in, you being indirect and then your 30% on the general rate, the difference over the year was actually just a few dollars. And I felt that for the change to 100%, that didn't make any sense from an admin point of view, but I absolutely wanted to make sure that was acknowledged, that I would have been happy to go there if there was any major advantage, but I'm not proposing that for that reason.
Okay, thank you for noting that. All right, if we move on to 3.1.1.5, which is Parongaho operating and maintenance, can we please just note that the special unique option we consulted on for Parongaho for O&M is actually in 4.2, which is the 50-50 split.
That's right.
Okay?
I thought that was wrong.
And that was based on affordability. All right. And then we have 3.1.2, which is the 100% general rate funded for Parongaho Capital, which is what we proposed in our consultation document. Okay? So, how I propose to do this are the ones that haven't had a red flag so far that I've seen. Okay, but let me know if I've got it wrong. So, status quo 70-30 is Wairoa, Whirinaki Industrial, the Heretaunga Plains flood scheme, and the 100% general rate funding for Parongaho Capital. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Chair, can I just note, the document, consultation document, I've only just picked this up, is our proposal 70-30 for Parongaho,
Yes.
as an option for consultation, 100% general rate. So it's actually the other way around. One's green, the green one is 70-30 and the blue one's general rate. So while I'm not demurring with necessarily 100% capital funding for Parongaho, it was actually put up as the alternative.
We didn't specify which was preferred.
Oh, didn't we?
No.
Well,
But
if you
it
go
is
back to
green.
page 15, it says green is our proposal and blue is our alternative.
Okay, that is,
Yeah.
that's wrong in the paper. It should
Yeah.
be green as the existing
No, I
policy.
hope we haven't thrown anyone off the scent, but regardless, that's,
Yeah, no, I don't think so. So the blue for Parongaho, you're right, is what we're going through resolution for Parongaho.
okay.
So if everyone's happy that we move the more straightforward resolutions of Wairoa, Whirinaki Industrial, Heretaunga Plains, and 100% general rate for Porangahau Capital. Okay, I'm happy to move that.
Will's giving you.
And happy seconder, thank you, Will. I don't think I need to speak to that. Will, would you like to speak to that? Any other speakers?
Are you coming to 4.1, 4.2 next?
Yep, I'm coming back, yep.
Yep, no other speaker. No.
Okay, all those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Okay, now let's deal with Whirinaki other. So the alternative to the 70-30 split is the 4.1, which includes 50-50 split for capital. So what we're proposing there is 50-50 split for capital, but a 70-30 for O and M.
I'd like to move that, Chair.
Can I please have a seconder for that?
Second.
Thank you, councillor Curtin. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. Look, just on, it's interesting that we had in percentage terms, small number in support, but I think that does reflect the size of the community with a direct interest in it. We're very minded at this table to think about the cumulative impact of all of our proposals here. And I do think for someone who lives in Whirinaki, getting whatever else they're getting from us with 2,000 on the top for their flood control scheme is off the charts in terms of affordability. By comparison, someone in Heretaunga is going to be paying $22 on average. That's 100 times less. So I think if we can soften that impact for Whirinaki by splitting the capital 50-50, that would be more in line with the overriding tests in section 101 of the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought is he gone? Okay. Councillor Curtin?
Yes, thanks. Just to confirm Councillor Williams' position, I would add that throughout today we'll encounter a wide range of outliers, and our job, I think, is to recognise that policy is never perfect, and we need to somehow moderate that imperfection by making adjustments where it's just too much of a burden for ratepayers. So, Madam Chair, support the resolution.
Thank you. Good point. Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Brodley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm mindful of previous speakers and the issue around affordability, and we've just so around the Whirinaki other from year 3 and onwards on a lesser upward trajectory. They're looking at $3,100 per year for their capital cost every year for the next following 17 years, plus the at the 70-30 ops, another $900. That roughly makes it just over $4,000 a year that they would be contributing to this scheme. So councillors, be mindful that, and that's for the next 17 years, that affordability on those 37 homeowners is a significant cost, and I actually would like to shed some doubt on that $4,000 actually is affordable for, given those are just residential homes, as I understand it, that $4,000 is actually unaffordable, in my view.
Any
50-50 split? No, I'm not supporting 50-50. I'd actually like to, I'm not sure how the process is, but I would like to consider the 100% or a moving towards that way general rate split. In line with, no, not ops,
no,
capital only. In line with what we're talking about with affordability issues in Porangahau, the reason the government supported the capital cost into Wairoa around affordability, I actually suggest that the Whirinaki other, the residential properties out there, that $4,000 a year for the next 17 years, the 17 years from year 4 onwards, is actually unaffordable also.
Can I just have a
Is
point
there
of
another
clarification
option?
on that, Chair? So we've got year 1, $1,485. for capital. And can you just explain to me what the peaks and troughs of that are over the 20-year period
Yeah, for the capital.
for the capital?
The average over 20 years is 1,400.
No.
What was the question, sorry, John?
So
Go back to what Chris's figures were. Chris,
Yes,
would
so-
you be able to just reiterate your year 1, 2, 3 and 4 for
So-
Whirinaki other, please, capital?
So this is under the assumption of the 50-50 split.
Sorry, going back to the original figures that I'd said about what the FRP increase was in each of the years, I'd unfortunately been looking at the LTP, the draft top-down stuff, and what Amy's just sent me a new one to say that in the actual 19.6, 18.1 and 9%, the first year includes 1.1% related to the flood resilience programs. The second year includes 2.8%, and the third year includes 3.5%.
Now, that does make more sense to me.
That does change it.
Just
Okay.
run them again, please.
1.1% of the 19.6, 2.8% of the 18.1, and 3.5% of the 9%.
So can we go back to councillor Rodley's question? What is the capital cost for Whirinaki other under a 50-50 scenario?
In year 3 and 4 in the project, which is when they're probably draw down.
Yeah. So that's the 1485
That's over the 20 years.
average.
Average, okay.
So that's per year over that 20 years. That's not a cumulative 20-year period. So it's saying that an average ratepayer would pay 1485, and that's the long-term average.
Is that for the,
Is that correct? There's just want to
Yes.
double check
So-
that's absolutely correct.
Can I just check with Vanessa, would the Whirinaki other pay direct and indirect?
Yes.
So you'd add the 1485 plus the 115? So that's what they'd actually pay, what's that? 16, sorry, baby.
How could they be in both footprints?
Because direct is always direct and indirect. Yep.
So that's the average annual amount they will pay per annum?
Capital, and then you've got to add O&M on top of that.
Yes, so how does that fluctuate during the period?
But this is the average over 20 years.
Yes, so
I can't tell you.
do you know what a peak and a trough looks like?
I don't have a model in front of me. I can only assume based on normal, what we expect on a normal loan, so.
Chair, can I ask, does it ever get to $4,000 a year for Whirinaki capital 50-50? That's the question.
It will for some properties, because remember, it's based on CV.
Depends.
So this is average, and I gave you a sample, which was actual, for one property in Purakawa Drive and one in North Shore. So for some, it will absolutely get to $4,000. High-value properties.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd just like to make a comment, and that is the real problem that we have with this current rate setting is we're almost on a pin. So the average sits on the pin, and the trough on this side and that side are really steep. And so talking about averages, actually, if you go to outliers, you'd be horrified. And so we may talk nicely about the general public, but we're actually not. We're only talking about a very small portion of the public that actually will see these kind of rates.
Chair, can I move that we treat Whirinaki other, the capital rating onto 100% general rate, please?
Where do we sit with?
You've got a motion.
Figures, yep, we've got a motion there, but can I just ask some advice? I'll just clarify, what does that mean for triggering the engagement and consultation part? Is it in the bookings?
That's in the book.
It's in the bookings, okay, just wanted that clarification.
It's an option on the table.
Because we put that out and as a option in the consultation document.
But do we tell anyone else in the region what they might end up paying if we split that 100% across all ratepayers?
Can we have an
$2.
indication?
$2.09.
$2. So just, Chris, can you confirm what the general rate implication is to move Whirinaki other to 100% general rate for their capital.
In the consultation document, it's $2 for the average rate paid.
$2.
Per general rate.
For a general rate per
For the
year.
percentage rates increase, because we've just taken all that capital and dumped it general rate.
In terms of the overall percentage increase, it doesn't change because we're still collecting rates.
Yes.
So we're still whether it's a targeted rate or a general rate, it doesn't change.
Yeah.
And actually putting $2 onto each person's general rate, on average, where an average general rate is 150, $2 on 100, so it's a couple of percent on the general rate component of your total rates bill.
It's not a percent, it's an amount.
Okay. Just one other question I have is, we have already moved 100% general rate for Parongaho Capital. And Desiree, if you can give us some insight on how that may compare or differ in approach to moving Whirinaki to 100% capital. Not so much figures, but in terms of equity of rate sharing capital for these two schemes. So,
Well, I guess they're both small, footprint with a small number of ratepayers.
yeah,
I guess we have done put a socio-economic lens over it, and Parongaho is a lower socio-economic status than Whirinaki. So there is a case there that Whirinaki are more able to absorb an increase.
but the numbers of residents differ, don't they? The number within those boundaries.
Has 121,
About the same.
About the same.
and that's 235,
30 in each.
so very.
And both would be receiving the same level of protection to move from category 2 to category 1?
The test is the same.
The test is the same,
And the design criteria are
Yeah.
the same for the level of protection.
Okay. All right, so we have a
We have a
We have
motion.
we have a proposition here to amend the motion that was put.
She's moved it, yes.
Yep. So I just want to go back to councillor Williams, who was the original mover,
Yeah.
to endorse an amendment.
I think someone else needs to second it.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
it's moved,
Councillor
and then
says,
we're away, it doesn't matter
were
what I
you
think.
seconding it, having to second it?
Just sorry, clarification, is the motion to move to 100% general rate for initial capital
Whirinaki, other
capital
capital.
and
Whirinaki.
operating, or only capital?
Only
Only
capital.
capital.
Thank you.
Because we've-
Yes, happy to second.
We've already resolved the O&M
Yes.
for Whirinaki. Yep.
So now we go back to
Now we'll
councillor
go back to councillor Williams.
Don't you put the amendment to the motion, and if
Yeah.
that's carried, then you're away and you debate that?
Superseded, yes.
Alternatively, we could accept the.
You could accept
we just
it.
accept
Yeah, you could accept it, councillor Williams,
Separate schemes.
to change it or not. That's totally your
I'd
prerogative.
rather let that motion travel and.
Okay, we'll let that motion travel. Okay, councillor Rodley, would you like to speak to
I
that?
would, thank you. Further to what I've already
We've ended up.
said, that in my view, around affordability for those homeowners, given they are just residential properties, that level of ongoing costs is unacceptable. I'm also of a mind, Chair, that when I was debating this with myself at home, as I'm sure you've all been doing, very quickly I went from, well, if Parongaho and Wairoa are seen as unaffordable at that rate, then clearly this group is also part under that same rationale. So that was the place I landed. I also think that the quantum on the general rate being the $2.09, obviously it is an average, so that's not an accurate figure, but it does give an indication it's a very small amount. And I don't think it would be, I think it would be negligible on the average person's rates bill. Thank you.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you. I'm really supporting the motion simply from the principles of our revenue and finance decisions around democratising costs through our region, rightly or wrongly. That's the principles that we've worked from and based most of our rates on, and I can see that that sits across this here as well.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I'm inclined to support the motion. However, I just want to acknowledge that during the submissions, we heard from a number of people, I'm thinking particularly of Esk from memory, who said, look, if you gave us a break in this area, it would only cost the general ratepayer an extra $2 to give us a break. The distinction in this case, I think, is that the quantum of saving that we're talking about for the Whirinaki other people is more. But I just don't want those people to think they've been ignored who have suggested a similar solution to their problems. This problem is a bigger one. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Van Bank.
Yeah, I actually do support the motion. However, we are treading now on dangerous ground. If we're going to take this approach, tomorrow we're going to talk about coastal hazards, and that's a far bigger discussion to have. And if we make the decision here today, then we have to be fair and equitable to all our ratepayers. I just make that comment.
Very true.
If I
Councillor
could,
Williams.
I mean, as you know, I put forward a motion based on affordability to get it 50-50. And I am behind the sentiment from when this motion comes. There were, however, quite a few submissions in there that say, you know, you choose to live in these areas, you take the risks. And I do think even at $1 or $2, there are submitters who have said to us, I live in the hills in Wairoa or in central Hawke's Bay. What on earth am I paying $2 into someone else's flood protection scheme in Whirinaki, and who will be angry about this as a matter of principle. I just have a nervousness that we are stretching the principle too far in this case. Probably have with Parongaho as well, and I echo where Councillor Van Beek is with that. We do need to be very careful about the reasons we would make an exception, because there's going to be a hell of a lot of people coming out with, I can't afford my Homewana, I can't afford my Te Awanga, I can't afford my West Shore. And if we've done this here, that's what we'll be doing there, or they'll be saying, why not? So we need to be really careful about this stuff.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, picking up on both of the two previous speakers, it is going to be quite confronting for councillors once we look at joint coastal hazards funding, because the kind of numbers that it's throwing up are not dissimilar to the numbers we're having concerns about here. But it's a different risk, and it's a different, that is a perspective, that is dealing with a relatively known forward risk. What we're dealing with is a matter of history and resolving that. And I sit very comfortably in the position of being as equitable as possible in the way that we deal with these rebuilds. And I've been very uncomfortable with Whirinaki Other sitting as an exception, where some communities are judged to be able to afford nothing, but others are judged to be able to afford $1,400 or $2,000 on average over 20 years. And I think for the small cost in this case, and 37 properties who are still, they are coastal properties who are still, and we will probably see, I'm not sure of the overlap, but in the general scheme of things, we're going to be talking about them tomorrow with some really, really big numbers. So look, I'm very grateful to Councillor Roadley for moving that recommendation, and I support it.
Any other speakers? Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and it's just interesting to get the perspectives of my colleagues. I'm drawn very much to the affordability issue for those individuals there, mindful of equity between one socioeconomic group and another, but I am persuaded by Councillor Harding's position that we are dealing with a different scenario with flooding. The inevitability of flooding, as I highlighted earlier, around its likelihood and its imminence is significant here. And I think we need to take that into account as to the relative risks of this. It's an imperfect science, as I said earlier, and we've just got to make a judgment call based on all the facts. And as my colleague talked about the detail, I think Councillor McIntosh has reiterated, we're deep into the detail, and that's a matter of judgment between decision A and decision B.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Right of reply, Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, absolutely agree with all the speakers prior and those. This is a balancing act, a pin, if you like, or a tightrope. However, the part of me that is drawn to this is we're only discussing the capital. This is the significant infrastructure of our rohi. That infrastructure is important for those people who live there, but it's actually important for all of us. Notwithstanding those of us who live in Wairoa and need to traverse that road even to access the rest of our beautiful rohi. So I am drawn only to the capital aspect of it. And whilst it is a one-off nature, I think we're all kidding ourselves if we think it is one-off, but this, in my view, is a very good decision, and I'm very pleased to bring it to the table.
Okay, so Councillor Rodley's motion is on the table for Whirinaki other 100% general rate funded for the capital only. All those who agree, can you please raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All agree. That is passed. Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for working through that. We do have to resolve Whirinaki other operating and maintenance being a 70-30 split, status quo, as revenue and financing policy has it. Would you like to move that, Councillor Rodley?
I'd like to move that,
And Councillor Sears second. Sure. Would you like to speak any further?
I think that this policy is very good. The 70-30, as we've already debated at length via our revenue and finance property, those members of our community who will be saying the narrative, I'm not sure if it might have been Councillor Van Beek, raised about there will be members of the community who will say, well, you choose to live there, it's a risky place. This is where the choice is, that the 70-30 split, in my view, is a good, sound share.
Thank you, Councillor Rodley. Councillor Sears? Any other speakers? Okay. Thank you, that has passed. We move on to Parongaho.
Did we vote on that, Neville?
No, this is for the operating and maintenance.
Yeah.
That's what I thought she was just.
Okay.
You were just speaking.
I thought Councillor Rose
That was
just speaking.
Whirinaki other, so we're Parongaho now.
Did you take a vote on that?
Oh, yes, all those who agree say aye, sorry.
Aye.
Aye, those against. Carried.
Sorry, what did we just vote on?
We voted.
Councillor Riley spoke to Parongaho, I thought.
Whirinaki other
Whirinaki other.
operation and
Operating
maintenance.
costs, we're still at Whirinaki.
Oh, and M.
3.1.13. Yeah.
70-30. Would you like that to be taken again, Councillor Williams?
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit lost. Are we back to 3.1.1.3?
3, just the second half.
So we've
Because
crossed out, so Whirinaki operating and maintenance, okay.
Yes,
At,
70-30 is
aye, yeah.
proposed.
That was 1.13 cut in half. It was only one item in the papers,
Well
but
done.
actually
Yep,
we
no, I
treated
got
it
you
as
now.
two.
Yep.
Now we're Parongaho.
Okay, so Parongaho, so if we look at 4.2, the 50-50 split for operation and maintenance. So remember, we have already voted on 100% general rate for the capital. Now we're dealing.
Happy to move, Chair.
Yeah, you're happy to move Councillor Foley. Do we have a seconder, Councillor McIntosh? Would you like to speak, Councillor Foley?
Oh, just a quick thank you to my colleagues for recognising this early on in our workshopping that, you know, this was a valid option for that community. I think it kind of speaks for itself, but yeah, just happy to hear other thoughts.
Yeah. Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I'm very uncomfortable with this. we've managed to work through, and for every other scheme, including Wairoa, we've agreed that for operating expense, 70/30 is a standard. And I'm just struggling to see, and I'm looking at the table on page 18 of the consultation document. And whilst the costs are not small, the difference between 70/30 and 50/50 is in the order of $100. And I'm really not seeing an overriding reason to depart from that 70/30 for just that one community. It just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
I'm with councillor Harding.
okay, all right. The seconder was councillor McIntosh. I'll just let
Yes,
you
my,
speak.
look, points are noted, however, my support of 50/50 is an affordability one. It's not a huge amount of money on both sides of the equation, including the impact it has on general rate. And I think perhaps corroborated a bit by saying a fair bit of the general sentiment I think we want to convey out of today is that we're taking notice of the situations people find themselves in, and that is why I'm supporting the 50/50 split.
Okay, any other speakers to councillor Foley's moving? Any other speakers?
No, it's just really to say, I mean, it's variations upon variations upon variations we need to be careful of, and I think if it's 100%, it would line up perfectly with Whirinaki on an affordability pretext, perhaps without some subtleties of the socio-economic profile. If we had 100% capital funding, general ratepayer, and 70/30 for maintenance for both of those, so that's probably where I'm at.
Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Sears?
Madam Chair, only to agree that the 70/30 split on operating and maintenance is the standard we've set, and I would be looking to maintain the consistency on that as well.
Okay. Councillor Radley?
Yes, in line with that, I would also like to endorse the 70/30 split in line with the policy.
Yeah. Councillor Curtin?
Same.
Councillor Hokianga?
Probably sitting in the 50/50, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any comments?
70/30.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we do have to go along with process and have those. So the mover is councillor Foley, seconder councillor McIntosh. So let's test that. All those who agree with that motion?
The 50/50.
The 50/50? All those who agree?
Sorry, Chair,
Yes.
am I allowed to
Sorry,
write a
right
reply?
of reply. Sorry, right of reply, councillor Foley.
Thank you. Look, interesting to hear everyone's thoughts. Obviously, we put that up as an option in the consultation due to the lower socio-economic zone that we see Pronghau Village. Just interesting to point out their rates before any of this occurs, looking to be at around a 50 to 70% increase, which I've shared with my colleagues before today. So they're already looking at quite a significant increase over and above the average rate here. And then this increase, will put them in the order of sort of 170 to 200% range. So I just feel the variation is justified in this case, and that's why it was proposed initially. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Foley. Okay, all those agree with the 50/50 split, raise your hands, please. 1, 2.
I actually need more time, I'm sorry.
We'll just pause for a moment. Just pause for a moment, sorry.
Yeah. I'm undecided, and
Okay, well, you can say undecided. Yep.
Will's just turned me on my head, so
He did me too. So
I wouldn't mind getting to grips with some of the factual.
Are there some questions that you'd like to ask staff for clarity?
Well, is that, Will's been in that community, consulting with that community, how, I'm not questioning that, but if that's the case, I've got a concern that I didn't have when I spoke earlier.
Okay.
I don't need any more time. I have listened to councillor Foley, who's been dealing with this. We're still talking about averages. There will be some outliers that actually be quite, that he spoke about, up to 200%. For this community, I think it's too much, and hence I'm supporting the motion.
Councillor Harding?
I just wonder, Chair, whether we can have some more information from staff
Yes. Yeah.
on the increases that Prongho are facing before this. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, what specific question?
Well, specifically, what is driving existing increases in Prongho, which have led to Councillor Foley's question that they are already, disproportionately affected by the existing, what I presume is a revenue and financing policy. I presume.
Okay.
Just Madam Chair, I wonder if we let this lie on the table
Yeah.
and have a break.
Morning tea looms.
Morning, Tea. So if we can give Desi some time to sort out those answers, we'll have a cup of tea break and then we'll come back to this, okay?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Is 10 minutes okay? Yep, 10 minutes, all right.
Well done.
So if we carry on, Will, are you online? Are you with us?
He's having a sleep.
Yep, he's there. Yep.
There he is.
Checking in? Yep, okay.
It's daylight
We
now
just come
anyway.
back, Will. So if Nick, you can start us off with maybe some basics and some, I suppose, realities of what we're looking at, because I think the concern here is affordability. So can you give us some average figures we should be thinking about? Yes.
Through you, Chair, and recognising this is a best and imperfect science to look at a sample, but earlier in this process, and answering the question from Councillor Foley, we looked at 14 properties on Keppel and Shanley Street in Porongo. I'm not going to identify them individually, but broadly they range in CV in around the $300,000 to $450,000. Their current rates are around $220, give or take, a year. So they will see a relatively significant increase of around about, again, 35 to 50 odd %, but it equates to $100 to $120. So the reason for the high percentage increase, as much as anything, is that the starting base for their rates is only $300 a year from us. So any increase results in quite a high percentage. So that's just a very broad brush summary of some samples that we did earlier in the process.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Nick. I just wonder whether you've got information that can tell us what the main drivers of the change were. It sounds like it's probably capital land value to capital value general rate.
The ratio.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yes, please, thank you.
All good. Well.
He's getting his coffee. There we go.
Oh, sorry, just someone brought me a coffee from nowhere. Sorry, water.
Okay, Councillor Sears.
Just trying to get real clarity, Chair. So Porongo, we have just agreed to build the flood defence, new flood defence system at 100% on the general rate.
Yes.
It's the only place we're doing that for, acknowledging, well, Wairoa is separate because it's being paid for.
And Whirinaki other.
100%
Whirinaki.
for the capital, yes, sorry. So we have that for Porongo as well. Every other part of our region has a 70-30 split on operation, is that right? We've done that for everyone? There's no outliers in that, right?
Yes.
And the next piece of information is the average rates currently down there are around 220 and have an average increase of around 100, so it could be sort of 3 to 320 currently before any changes out of the flood control scheme. Okay, that's the basis we're working on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good to go. Just add
Councillor
a further
McIntosh.
clarification to that. So if we add on the difference between 70-30 and 50-50 is about $100
Yes.
per household. So if you add that on to the 120 Nick spoke about before, the average household is paying $220 more, if I've got that right?
What your operations and maintenance won't arise in this 3-year period. So one of the options council has got would be to stick with your 70-30 because that's what you do everywhere. And if your operations and maintenance, once the scheme is built, feel unaffordable to you in 4 years' time, you reconsider it at that point.
Okay.
That's a way of, you'll have better data at that place. Now, I'm not...
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
That's a way.
Okay. Are there any further questions or clarifications needed before we take the vote? No. So we had Councillor Foley's motion for the 50-50 split for operation and maintenance costs. Can you please raise your hand if you agree with that or support that?
I'll just change my mind.
Okay, well, no, we'll take the vote. So 1, 2, 3. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that has failed. So we go back to the proposed or the current revenue and finance policy, which is the 70-30 split. Do I have a mover for that?
Happy to move.
Councillor Harding and a seconder. Councillor Sears, would you like to speak? Councillor Harding?
Yeah, just very briefly, I'd just say that the overriding principle here is the 70-30 split and the quantum of difference that it makes, which is about $90 to direct and $30, slightly under $30 to indirect in the context of the overall rates burden for those properties starting 4 years out, I think is acceptable. Not ideal, but acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Rodley?
Just to endorse what Councillor Harding has said, that it is in line, the 70-30 is in line with our policy, which we have debated at length. And whilst nobody likes to see a large increase in their rates, this is directly attributed to a significant piece of infrastructure that is new and is being built courtesy of the rest of the ratepayers, including them, across the rohi, and I'm comfortable that while this is a large increase for them, it is in line with the service that they are or will be receiving.
Any further speakers?
Just purely on consistency and keeping some sort of coherence to our exceptions, so same.
Thank you. There are no, Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I'm happy to agree with around consistency around policy. Just one point I won't, or one, I guess, line I won't go down is assuming a certain amount of dollars is affordable or not affordable to our ratepayers. That's not for me to decide. I've heard from them around that issue for the last 2 months, so I'll speak more to that as we go on through the day, but that's certainly not something that I will raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, all those who agree with the 70-30 split for O&M, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? 1, 2. Any abstentions? Abstain, Councillor Van Beek.
Van Beek.
Van Beek. That motion has passed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, to try and facilitate things going forward, can I suggest I'd like to move recommendations 1, 2, 5 and 6.
Thank you.
With one small adjustment to recommendation 5, being after the word general works in brackets capital only. Just to emphasise what we discussed earlier.
Does that make any material difference, Nick?
Scheme reviews. Scheme reviews. Just thinking that the scheme reviews are not capital.
Scheme reviews, yeah, you're quite right.
Okay.
So how do we deal with that to clarify that we're talking about capital for a scheme, the actual capital going into schemes versus capital review?
Does that make a difference?
Well, you could say for the execution of the scope under the NIWE contract, and then once it's built, it reverts to the scheme because the NIWE contract has been executed.
So is that self-evident?
I think it is, but there's nothing wrong with the protection, but we don't want to get mixed up because there'll be other elements of some of the work that isn't capital either, because NIWE is not necessarily a capital-only program.
Yeah. So you're happy as it stands?
Just leave it as it is.
Yeah, leave it as it is. So we've got 1, 2, 5 and 6. You're happy to move and second, Councillor Sears. Thank you. Councillor Curtin?
Yeah, just I did want to comment, Madam Chair, and obviously this, in my view, is probably the most significant piece of work and action of council in a very, very long time. I did want to comment that the funding that was achieved from the Crown is an extraordinary outcome for the team navigating that, and I just want to acknowledge Susie Young and that process, along with her colleagues, that this has brought together a tremendous amount of, if you like, capital into the region, and that goes to the skill set of those involved at that point. Chris's role in pulling if you like, the technical side of that together. So as a team, the council, in my view, has done great work in landing where we've landed. The situation could have been much, much worse. I suggest if we'd been making the same bids in 2024 versus 2023. So well done for the team. I would comment on also that is of very substantial concern to me that the work we're doing in Category 2 and the basis of that consultation is only part of the equation, that we must put it in the context of our overall flood planning. And I go back to earlier commentary around the probability of flooding, flood impacts and weather impacts on us are not just likely, they are most likely. This is simply standing up our infrastructure to meet that, to put it back to where it was. And we know that it is entirely, if you like, not up to standard as is, given climate change. We must invest very substantially, and that's one of the things that, picking up on Councillor Harding's commentary around taking the community with us, this is probably our most important piece of work to get that whole flood protection, flood resilience plan in front of the public. So not only is this process understandable, but the real effects, the ongoing effects, and thank you for the clarification around what the current implications are for rates the current year, and Chris gave us a 1.1% impact for current year, or in the first year, 2.8 in the next year 2, and 3.5. That is chicken feed compared to what we need to do by way of standing up and building up our resilience across the board. So this is just the start. It's just the beginning of this. We will be having a discussion a little later on around how we fund any, if you like, shortcomings, shortfalls or decisions that we made. If there was an area for investment, if we were to trade our investments, our long-term investments, I would suggest this area is a prime example of where we should put those sorts of dollars into. So I look forward to that discussion as to how we prioritise. For me, the biggest priority sits right in this paper. It ought to be our primary focus for the next generation, I'd suggest, is around protecting our community. So, Madam Chair, on that basis, I'd just like to support and agree to the amendments to the revenue and financing policy that this indicates, and commit this recommendation to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Councillor Sears.
No further comments, thanks, Chair.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I just endorse the comments from Councillor Curtin there. I just want to acknowledge the range of submissions, as the paper from staff has pointed out. There's been a broad spectrum between those who feel that those directly affected should pay versus the community should pay. And I just wanted to read a couple out. Submitter 870, ratepayers in non-affected areas should not be required to share or contribute to these costs. Property owners knew or ought to have known the risks associated with the areas, etc. 856, costs should be borne entirely by the beneficiaries of the scheme. So we've got that end of the spectrum, and then we've got submitter 853. I think it's the right decision to ask the whole community to fund the bulk of the costs rather than those directly affected. 571, in some ways, those that lost property and had their livelihoods severely impacted deserve additional support from the wider constituency. So, in the decision we made today, and it's played out particularly for Whirinaki Other, we've taken some decisions to shoulder the load and spread that across the community particularly for the capital construction. And I just want to say that and to acknowledge those that feel that that's not appropriate, and that we're being irresponsible. I think that is a specific set of circumstances and a specific response to the impact on the community of a specific flood event. And I think those people who prefer that individual property owners take their own risks can take some comfort that when we get to joint committee recommendations on coastal hazards, that principle of risk falling primarily on property owners will come much more starkly into play, and we will have to wrestle with that. So thank you.
Absolutely. Any further speakers? Yeah, none?
Yes, there is.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Will,
And
and Will, thank you.
So, once again, thanks for the amazing amount of work that's been done by staff, which is unseen. They look big numbers on our documents, but they took a lot of time to consult with the community. Some difficult discussions were being had. Not everyone, as we could just hear from Councillor Harding, not everybody agrees with a certain level of what we have, the line of travel that we have taken as a council. However, as Councillor Curtin said, this is the beginning of where we need to be over the next 10, I would say even 20 years, because this is actually going to be a process where we will build, but we will continue to need to improve. And a natural disaster in our situation, especially on the Hiratonga Plains, and that's where this area sits apart from Rongaho, is a natural disaster is only a natural disaster if we actually don't build the appropriate infrastructure. And I believe we didn't have the appropriate infrastructure in place, not because it's the fault of who was there or was before us. We just didn't understand the scale of things. And I think this event has given us the scale, and actually will now have a forward-looking vision of what that possibly could look like. And once again, the public needs to understand that we don't talk about flood protection anymore. We're talking about flood resilience. As I've said before publicly, and I'll say it again, we will have floods. There's no two ways about it. But those floods should not determine our lives. We should determine the floods, and we can do that. And yes, we have countries in the world that are extremely rich and put a lot of money towards it. But I believe by being the Kiwis that we are, bit of 4-2 and number at wire, and that's the approach that we take, we can come up with some very clever ideas. So I believe this is only the start, and it's possibly 20 years too late, but it doesn't matter. We're now here, and tomorrow's the day that we need to start moving these machines and get it into place. So once again, thank you very much to the staff.
Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I just wanted to say, in isolation, as an activity and a project, everything up till now, I think has been a success. And notwithstanding the debate we've just had around some of the issues about how we rate, I think the way it was presented and scoped in the LTP was probably, one of the best I guess activities or that we put out there. I just wanted to speak to though, and it's already been mentioned today, and it came up a lot during consultation around the significance and scale of the project versus the actual LTP. And yes, it's massive, but it's going to take longer than the LTP period, and a lot of the capital works is debt funded, paid over 20 years. So the actual impact, which Councillor Williams asked the exact question I was going to around the impact on rates and this LTP, is not actually that significant. So I just think that needs to be really pointed out to a lot of the issues our constituents have had is around the rates affordability. And when a lot of people thought, oh, well, okay, it's all about, building 250 million of flood infrastructure, so be it. But that's, there's quite a distinct difference there between what our 3-year LTP is and this flood resilience program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Is there no other speakers? All those who agree with 1, 2, 5 and 6, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you, team. We move on to item 6, which is investing in resilient communities. Nick, would you like to start? And we also have Ian McDonald here as well. Thank
Through you, Chair, I'll come to Ian in a second. Just to note that the Regional Council in this situation is acting as the administering authority. So on behalf of the Civil Defence Joint Committee, which comprises mayors, chair and iwi representatives, we collect a targeting rate for the operation of the group office, which Ian leads. Separately, the individual councils can collect funds for their own local civil defence work. The Joint Committee recommended to this council what it saw it needed in terms of ongoing operating funding, both to improve capacity at the group office, but also to repay essentially the results of COVID, which created a deficit in the CDEM group reserve. So this paper really deals with that issue, and I'll just hand to Ian if he's got anything else he'd like to add to that.
Tēnā koutou katoa, councillors. Nick's pretty much covered it all. This is a funding request from the Joint Committee. It is based on work that we started actually prior to Cyclone Gabrielle in terms of the lessons that came out of COVID-19 and also the Napier floods of 2020. But we had a series of workshops late last year where we considered also the early lessons that were coming out of Cyclone Gabrielle as well. So moving forward, if this funding is confirmed, the use of this money will be aligned to the corrective actions that come out of the Cyclone Gabrielle reviews, both the regional review and also the national inquiry. And that work has already commenced with the Coordinating Executive Group, or KEG, looking at that. And just the final comment that I'll make is that almost half of this funding is actually to deal with the deficit of the reserve, which came out of a number of responses, starting with the COVID, Napier floods, and of course Cyclone Gabrielle.
Thank you, Ian. Questions or clarifications? Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Ian. Para 13, it's a targeted rate. Can you just remind me, please, how on what the basis of targeting is? I simply can't remember.
Sure. So the targeted rate is on a per property basis, and that's essentially the targeted rate for CDEM.
It's a fixed charge per
charge per property.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. Just some clarification around the amount. Apologies if I'm a bit late to the party, but the 1.3 million, is that each year of the 3-year plan or spread over the 3 years? And then I can't see in the funding impact statement any significant increase over the 3 years. So is this, if we agree to this, is this to be added on?
Desiree? Or
I might
Ian?
ask Christian.
Or Chris?
So the 1.3 million is across the 3 years of the annual plan, the total cost, and that's the total costs that have already been included in the long-term plan at the moment. So approving this is approving what is already in the percentage increases for the rates.
Just clarify what you mean across the 3 years. Is it each year for 3 years?
So 1.3 million spread over 3 years. So in total over the 3 years,
Can you break it
1.3
down per
million.
year then for me, please?
Per year, do you have those?
Breakdown per year.
Done.
If you go to any other questions, I'll come back.
Councillor Foley?
Yeah, if I could just clarify that question around the funding impact statement. So total operating funding, the current year was 6.2, next year 6.4, second year LTP 6 mil, and third year 6 mil. So it actually goes down. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
Have Chris check, Will.
It's in year one and
It's 684 in year one.
684 in year one.
Let's just trying to find the right spreadsheet, sorry.
Best is debt.
That then increased by 45 in year two and increased by 151 in year three. And then there was prepayment of the reserves in there as well. So it's about 684 increase in year one, and then it's about 200 increase in year two, and then the balance in year three.
Balance of 1.3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that comes up to
And it's roughly
500.
split half between operating funding and repayment of debt.
Yes.
Okay, each year.
Repayment of debt starts in year two.
Yeah.
Okay, repayment of debt. Why is that 200?
So where I'm just.
Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Foley, about the impact statement, the debt operation? Oh, you're still on mute.
As long as the finance team are happy there, it just doesn't look like it's shown in the figures in the funding impact statement provided with the consultation documents.
And the difficulty with the funding impact statement was we had started to have some of these costs going in funded out of the reserves during the cyclone. And so the actual change to the budget isn't in the funding impact statement, doesn't reflect exactly those changes. You won't see that exact change in the funding impact statement. This is why we've brought it all out to say that this is the change that comes out of the targeted rates in each of the years. Across there is 1.3 million. We had already put in some of those costs, but they were funded by the reserves as we went through the cyclone.
This is purely a mechanism of a reserve facility and how it's utilised, and therefore how it impacts the impact statement. Yep, okay. Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. Probably to you, Chris. So the 611, that is the debt repayment. I'm assuming that's debt that was additional cost that was run up in the deficit of that reserve type fund. Is that correct?
Yeah, so as Ed mentioned, it's from the various impacts from COVID, Napier floods and the cyclone that where we've spent more than we had from the targeted rate in those years.
And so that amount, the 611, I should have written that down correct, 611,000, that zeros that off, or is there a component that is re-establishing a reserve outside the operating costs of running the organisation?
That was bringing the reserve back to a zero balance over the 3 years.
So in the other amount, the additional, the 661,000, there's a component of that that is banked into that reserve for these extraordinary events? Or no? Where you just go into deficit every time something happens?
Correct.
And that's the usual model?
That is the usual model, yes, that's right, councillor. That's the way that it's always been run, that we just, if we need to respond, then those costs just come as a deficit of the reserve, and then we repay it over a period of time. We don't build up a war chest, so to speak, over time.
In your understanding, is that how other regions deal with civil defence?
Generally, in terms of response cost, yes, because you can't predict what your response costs are going to be and how much you're going to be able to recover from central government as well. So that's generally how it works.
True. I think we'd be kidding ourselves if anybody across the whole region thought that we were out of the woods by way of the next emergency that could appear tomorrow. Please don't, but could. So as far as whether we're building capacity and resilience in this group to be able to do what they need to do when they need to do it, do we just know or have confidence that there's enough in the wider organisation that if Ian's team needs to activate tomorrow some extraordinary response, we'll pay the bills until, and we retrospectively rate. That's
Yes.
Susie, I'm looking at you. That's how it rolls. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's accepted as normal.
Yep.
Is that how central government also, is that how central government, the central civil defence?
Yeah, so we would make claims for some of those costs against the national fund through NEMA.
And from my understanding, generally, nationally, they don't hold a reserve of money to spend in a response. Each individual agency, defence, etc., are responsible for their own costs, and that just comes out of their operating or what government will give them on the day.
And so further to that, there seems to have been a consistent voice from our community that the response after Cyclone Gabrielle was seen to be wanting in some areas. That was there an element of we couldn't do something because we couldn't afford to, or that was never an issue?
It's never an issue, no.
So if it needs to be done, it gets done, and we figure out how to pay for it later.
Of course, but in Cyclone Gabrielle response, whenever we needed to spend money on something for communities, whether it be food, helicopters, whatever, which is actually the majority of this, we just spent it based on the need, of course.
So our community have comfort if they need whatever it is, you will supply it regardless of
Correct.
how much is in the
And we claim
kitty.
back a fair proportion of it back from central government.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Madam Chair, it's a simple question off the back of the fact that really what our community is interested in here, and we saw it in the comments over and over again. I love the one that Ms Culls pulled out. Confusion amongst the public about who runs civil defence and how to find services and from whom during an emergency. We heard it over and over again. Disasters are disasters because they're beyond our ability to cope with, or they've created damage. Our community, you see it in all the comments, concerned about the lack of this. Please look at this. Shouldn't we have one council? Who runs it? I know all those problems are being unpicked through the reviews. I'm not going to try and argue with any of them here because there's just not the mechanism for this council to have a different model under the legislation now. But I feel confident that the reviews, both our own and central government, will lead to that. We need to pay the reserve deficit back as discussed. It's quite clear in here that the 611 starts in year 2 to pay it back, and where the 661, or a bit more on Chris's table, is for the increased capability that we saw the report from the CEDM Joint Committee. I don't think those are things that we have power to argue with, or wouldn't be reasonable to, given the structure. So really my question is back to, probably to Ian, is based on what I've said, you are seeing a restructure around civil defence that will lead to the answering of actually what our community has said to us in this review.
So one of the pieces of work that Nick has started, and I've sort of just sent them some stuff to me to look at, is around service level agreements to make it really clear between the various parties, the councils, as to what the roles and responsibilities are. So that we'll just keep it. It's a continuing battle to try and get people to understand how civil defence work, because until an emergency happens, this doesn't really affect people, and that's part of the issue. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Councillor Curtin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of tranches of questions, if you don't mind. First is the commitments. During our workshops, we talked about the TAs developing their own capacity. Have we got an indication of what dollars they're put against those undertakings? Have we got a sense of what they're going to do? And will it meet our expectations?
So most of the councils have already put in extra money in the annual plan that we're currently in to increase their capability, and that includes new staff for some of the bigger councils. They've also put in funding for develop their community development teams in terms of the work that we're doing with communities around community hubs as well. They're taking the lead on that with our support. And so I don't have the dollar figures, sorry, Councillor, but I know that they have all put in additional funding, and the other thing is additional commitment from their staff to attend training. So recently we've had 250 staff across the region.
Specific to the dollars, really. I'm just interested in that at the moment. So can we get the numbers, please? Can we have those tabled at some point? So the long-term plan, can we get the long-term plan commitments of each council to civil defence?
I can direct Nick to ask for that since you're part of the KEG as well. So I think the best avenue is through their CEOs.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second line of questions, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, is accountability framework for this $1.3 million. We've had, as the structure itself obviously doesn't lend itself to any direct line accountability, and I probably disagree with the Chief Executive on this, that we rate for it. We need to have a line of sight on the expenditure and be able to monitor that. We haven't had that in the past. Have we got a framework to monitor and hold some measure of accountability for the outputs of both the group, the CEDM group, and internally for HBRC's CEDM outputs?
For HBRC's CEDM work, directly yes. For the group, as I think we, as you said, Councillor, we may disagree on it, but under the legislation, the accountability runs through the KEG, the Coordinating Executive Group, to the Joint Committee and not to this council for the operating of the group. For what we do internally to support the group and our own emergency response work, then absolutely this council has a role.
Are there any further questions? No, there are none. Okay, if we move to the recommendations, we've got 1, 2 and 3 to approve. Can I have a mover? Councillor Williams and Councillor Harding. Thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I know this has been a huge topic for our communities. We've had some very thorough reviews at national and local levels. It'd be fair to say that the combination of 2020 drought, 2020 flood, COVID, and then the cyclone has left us aware of the need for what I might, forgive me, call a seismic shift in the need in the way we deliver civil defence. And our communities need to get to grips with that as much as the organisations responsible for it. One of the reasons I'm supporting this investment is the coordination of implementation of the community hub model. That is something that is strongly endorsed in the NEMA report led by Sir Jerry Mataparai, and it is an example, I think, of how we can partner with the community to leverage much greater impact and resilience from our ratepayer spend, but we do need that coordination role at the fulcrum of it and at the centre of it. So I'm really excited to see these community hubs flourish. There's 60 new ones already. I think the urban sector needs to lift its game and watch this space is all I can say around that. There are some exciting developments happening with the support of CDM in that context. So, yeah, that's the direction of travel we need to go along with our catchment management as well. So that's why I'm backing this. Thank you.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Well said, Councillor Williams. I just add that in addition to the community hubs, there is funding for engagement with tangata whenua marae over their role in CDM response, and that to me is one of the outstanding successes and learnings of our cyclone. So I fully endorse that work. Thank you.
Councillor Curtin.
Said that too.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. My comments will be no surprise to anyone in the room. I'll break this down into two components. One is the response in the submissions and response generally in the community, and the other is around where we go from here. And I'd like to say that if there's one issue out of submissions and that I've picked up in the community is the absolute visceral response from one and many around the performance of civil defence during the cyclone. I attended the Genesis of a Hub meeting recently, little conversation around looking forward and going to set up the hub concept, which is to be applauded. It was more, we need to get this off our chest. You let us down, and we are really grumpy about that, and more than grumpy. So there is some credibility issues around it. There is a strong sense in the community of letdown, and with some significant justification. I put it down in my experience to a failed model from the get-go. It's one where accountabilities have been distributed across the region, and the likes of our TAs have simply not stepped up. Now, I want to make this clear. I see the issues at a governance level, both at leadership from the elected people and from our chief executives group, the TAG group, along the way. The model itself did not lend itself to a coherent structure, and I'm afraid that we've got a continuation of it at the moment. We've got the same governance in play, we've got the same executive management in play, the same operational model in play, and to me, unless we are much more vigilant, we will fail again. We need to make sure, and this is where I have the disagreement with the chief executive, $1.3 million additional spend going forward, we need to protect that and look after the interests of the ratepayer in that. We need to have line of sight on what's going on. We need to have people held accountable for what they're doing. In my view, we are going to get the same as we got if we keep doing what we're doing. And so I've heard a lot in recent times that we've got the review, we've got, if you like, a blueprint to go forward, but I haven't seen too much evidence of that. And I need to see that as the representatives of the people that are very grumpy with me about regional council performance. So I challenge the chief executive to make sure those service level agreements with the TAs are put in play. I challenge the chief executive to come up with a monitoring framework which each of the TAs and the regional council itself adheres to, and they are reported directly to council on a very regular basis, so that we know that the things that we said we were doing over the past decade are being done. We need to know that we've got in play progress around for the likes of the hubs. We need to know that we've got resilience going forward, because I think my colleague, Councillor Roadley, has said, let's not have an event anytime soon, because we're simply not ready, and we need to make this a high priority. So my challenge in supporting the investment that we're tabling in this paper, the 1.3 million, that we spend it much more, much better than we have in the past. And I look forward to the next Audit and Risk Committee meeting, Mr. Chief Executive, where we table, if you like, some measure of accountability for what's going on here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, councillor. Any other speakers? There aren't. Right of reply? No?
I didn't.
No? Okay. All those who agree, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. We move on to item 7, public transport. Who would like to lead into this?
Through you, Chair, I'm going to ask Katrina Brunton to take you through this, provided her voice is going to hold up through the joys of COVID. It is also one of the most complex areas that we consulted on, so I expect this to be plenty of questions and quite complicated.
Yep, thank you.
Over to Katrina.
Thanks, Katrina.
Morena tātou. I'll take the report as read, obviously. So just going back a bit, you'll recall that when we started developing the LTP for consultation, we were building on the basis or on the back of our consulted regional public transport plan, which was aiming for a substantial increase in services across the region, adding a bi-directional, more frequent service rather than our looped service. We were proposing to increase services that would go to the airport and to the regional sports park. At that time, of course, it was subject to some uncertainty because of central government funding timelines and Waka Kotahi's notification of the National Land Transport Fund. Since going out to consultation on the LTP, we have had our initial decision or funding decisions provided to us from Waka Kotahi. Over 3 years, we have been advised that our funding is to be set around $32 million over the 3 years. What that means is that, and that's for all of our activity classes. So just to be clear, it is funding more than just public transport, the buses, that is. It funds the buses, the operations and management of those, the real-time ticketing project that the country's moving to, all of total mobility, and our road safety program. It also includes our investment management, which is our regional land transport plan and other transport planning functions. So that is the total quantum that we get from Waka Kotahi. That is not, and it's based up of a multitude of funding assistance rates. For example, our PT, our buses are funded at 51%, whereas total mobility, we are funded at 60%. So that determines how much rating input we get for all of those activity classes. There were a number of submissions that we received on PT. Equally, those who didn't want to pay as for those who thought that it should be a general rate. We weren't proposing a general rate and still not. Our revenue and financing policy, you'll recall, set a targeted rate based on the urban areas of our current network, not the new network that was proposed. It did extend it out to Bayview. Bayview has always received buses, for some reason wasn't targeted in the rate. As a result of our funding envelope that we have been given as an indication from Waka Kotahi, that will mean that we are unable or unlikely to be able to invest in our new transport route, but we will be able to maintain what we currently operate, hopefully with some efficiencies built into that. We are currently negotiating with our current operator and and are still working through our business plan that we need to develop for any new services and the new contract that we are due to enter into at the end of the existing contract, which ends financial year end June 2025. The staff have gone through the proposed rate increases and taking a step back, sorry, I should also note that you'll note in the report we are proposing to, as a consequence, remove just a little over $1 million in year 2 and 1.7 million in year 3 from our LTP in response to the reduced amount of funding that we have received from Waka Kotahi. The staff have then gone through and done the analysis of proposed rates, and you'll see as a consequence have come up with potential rate remission option in the report for you to consider. I think that's the main things. I'll take questions.
Okay, thank you, Katrina, for that brief. I would like to know a bit more around the rates remission that is suggested here in 2.3 in the resolution. Who can run us through that, please?
Yeah, so I suggest it might be worth getting Chris's Vanessa to come up the front, but I'll give it my best. So essentially what we'd looked at was those existing ratepayers and what their new rate would be, the average, which is sitting around $200, and then everybody who is a new ratepayer or newly added to the targeted rate and is over the $200 would be given an option of applying for up to a 50% rate remission.
Yep.
On that basis.
That does not have a hardship test attached to it, does it?
No, it does not, and it would exclude industrial and commercial.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Katrina, for explaining a hopelessly complex situation, or at least a very small part of an enormously big and large, hopelessly complex situation. The upshot seems to be that if we were only to match the indicative funding, Waka Kotahi, as I believe they were called, have advanced for PT in the next 3 years, we could achieve a 2.2 and a 3% reduction, respectively, in the rates, average rates levied to about 51,000 of our ratepayers. Oh, do you want me to break that down? I'll start with the first bit. Now, your proposal in the table in paragraph 18 is to just rate to match the provisional level of funding that Waka Kotahi has shared.
Yes.
Right. And so that would mean that we can absorb the additional costs of effectively sustaining the existing level of service we currently have into next year.
Yes.
What that would in effect mean, therefore, if we're only to match what Waka Kotahi said they'd give us, we'd save about 1.1 overall year 2 and 1.76 year 3.
Correct.
Okay. Because that's kind of what I had. It's quite hard to align that with the table on page 9 of the consultation document, which had total costs going to 10.3, 14.4 and 15.6. But I think we should just bank the fact that if we were only to match the indicative funding, it's around about 2 and 3% respectively off the top. Nick, is that your understanding?
Yep, that's correct.
All right. On the rates remission policy, I got a little bit tangled up in paragraph 40. It seems to be firstly dedicated, and thank you, Chair, for clarifying there's no hardship test underpinning this. This is a special circumstance remission. It seems to be focused more on the people that have arrived in the footprint than were in the footprint already. But it's really targeted just at new entrants to the footprint. Is it?
Correct. It's just targeted at the new entrants to the footprint.
Yeah.
Large numbers of the submissions, and over 26 submitters individually commented on transport, whether as a main point or not, and a significant quantum of those were based in places like Esk, who were saying, well, actually, we don't even have a bus. Why are we paying here? And it was all about proximity to a route. And so they are new to the targeted rate, and they would be provided with the remission.
Thank you. I do notice in the first table, that paragraph 38, that there are 109 submitters, or 109 ratepayers. I think I might have the wrong table. Sorry, it's the graph at paragraph 14. There are 109 submitters within the existing, ratepayers within the existing footprint that would receive a 200 to 300 or greater remission. In fact, if you added them all up, there's probably about 300 in the existing footprint getting greater than the 200 increase. Is there any reason of principle why they might not be considered for remissions on the same basis?
You've got me there. In terms of the remission, if I just go back to that point, it is intended that the remission would apply, and I just need to circle back so I can maybe answer the question, to those that have been added in. So they are new residential areas, or those that are like Esk, that are slightly adjacent to a residential area receiving a service. They haven't had to pay for the service prior and are receiving greater than, and would be receiving or requiring to be paid greater than the 200. You're suggesting that existing ratepayers who are also paying greater than $200 could be subject, or why aren't they not?
It's just a thought. What's the point of principle if the issue is our overall impact of all of our decisions collectively? You could say on a cleaner basis, anyone above $200 gets a shot at a 50% remission. Yeah?
Yes, you could.
That would be... Okay, that's probably more a matter for us, Katrina. I'll just teasing that out.
Okay, I've just got Vanessa here because it looks like you want to add a little bit more to that line.
So what we did with the public transport, it is solely for the people that were newly added. But if the other people that are experiencing an increase on public transport are experiencing hardship, they could apply for the other remission based off the revenue and finance changes.
It's got a hardship test.
Yeah. That sends me into another place, though, where dealing with the last paper, we don't have a great level of detail as to how someone entering through the hardship portal is going to get home. We don't know what the criteria are in terms of absolute or percentage increases. We don't know whether that means you automatically get a remission or whether you need to back it up with handing over your accounts and your income and your job description. I don't know. So, yeah, I understand the point, but thank you. So there is another portal for them. All right. And my final question is, so within the new ratepayers who are in the footprint, there's two tiers. One is if you live close to a bus stop, you can get 50% of the difference. Whereas if you live, that gentleman in the paper with the ghost bus, he could get 50% of the total change above $200 back.
Yeah, so the way we did it was if you're within 2.5 kilometers or less of a bus stop.
Sorry, how far?
2.5 kilometers.
Right.
We would do up to 50% of the revenue and finance change in their public transport rate only. Newly added individuals. And then if you're over the 2.5 kilometers, it would be including the budget change for LTP. That makes sense. Quite complicated.
I think I just had a synaptic meltdown of sorts, so I'll hand it over to my colleagues.
We did do a little snapshot. Are you, someone able to bring that up?
Oh, can you see the information?
I see. No, I think what they're saying, if you're within the, what it says here is that if you are within the 2.5, which you're saying is a reasonable distance, I think there's a number of people who might think walking 2.5 k's in the rain's a little bit beyond that, but you'd get 50% on the RFP change. But if you're further away, you get 50% on the RFP change plus everything else we've done in this system.
Just for the public transport rate?
Yeah.
Yes, because the rate did go up 50%, I believe, budget year over year. So then if someone was, oh, yeah, there we have. So that first ratepayer is over the 2.5 kilometers. So their public transport rate was 503. Their revenue and finance calculated them at 379, but their remission would be 50% of their grand total public transport. Whereas ratepayer 2 is less than the 2.5 kilometers, so they actually only get 50% of their revenue and finance proposed change for public transport.
True. So that's one of the criteria, 2.5. Councillor Van Beek?
I don't know who came up with that, but 2.5k. Has anyone walked? I'm not letting my grandchildren or my wife or my staff walk from my place 2.5k in a rural area to a bus stop. Have you ever seen people walking around in rural area? And if it's getting on dark, we're going to put high vis on them, we're going to put a red light on the back of their head and a light on their front so they don't get killed? Surely. Who made this up? Sorry.
Through you, Chair, could I answer that?
Katrina, thank
So we did talk about this with the officers, and the only way that we have of calculating distances at the moment is a walking distance. But that's not to say that everybody walks to a bus. We have many people who ride a bike, put their bike on the bus, and so they are integrated multimodal trips. We have a number of parents every day who drive into town, drop their children onto a bus, they catch the bus to school. So I don't necessarily agree that saying 2.5k means that people will walk to a bus. It was just a way of identifying a distance.
Chair, could I ask another question building on that? If we got an understanding of what this rates for emissions would cost at its current setting at 2.5k, that's question one. Question two, if we were to shift it to 400 metres, which is our level of service, or it used to be, correct, and international best practice kind of thing, what would the emissions implications of that be?
Yeah, so we have calculated that. I'm going to hand over to Chris or Vanessa because they've got those figures to hand.
If you want to stand down for a little while, get that.
No, I believe off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure based on 2.5 kilometres, it was about $240,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't kilometers though. It would take a significant amount of work for us to go through each individual to actually deem which ones fall in that group. Yeah. This was a very rough going. If we took everybody that was newly added 50%, what would that look like? So I would anticipate it actually be pretty close remissions wise, but it could be more than that because that would also include the LTP portion for the people that were further.
There were 5,000 new people in the footprint total. So I guess a very worst case, if they were all eligible for a 50% remission of 200, that's 1 million. No? Or is it 10 million? I don't know. Someone, yeah.
My calculation. I could be wrong.
one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, I've got councillor Harding, then councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. Look, my question has almost been answered, and it was really just, again, this question about what a reasonable walking distance is. Para 34 says that 87% were within a reasonable walking distance, and then it breaks it down to 60%, 20 minutes or less, 27%, 20 to 30-minute walk. So it seems to be the benchmark at the moment is a 30-minute walk. I just want to be clear on that. That's an approximation of the 2.5 Ks, or is it the other way around?
That was just, we went through individuals, we just spot checked people and then pulled up GoBus actually and checked to see how far they were, and so that gave us time, but it didn't actually give us distance.
Okay, so the benchmarks are around about 2.5 Ks, around about 30 minutes. And just a supplementary, how many bicycles can be carried on our Go buses at the moment, please?
That depends on the vehicle. I think, actually, I don't know off the top of my head. It's more than one. I think in the current large buses, I think it's about 3.
Yeah, we've got 2.
So 40-seater bus, 2 bikes, yep.
In the back too? 4.
Although there is the ability, sorry to interrupt, of having bike stops at our bus stops, bike parks at our bus stops.
Councillor Foley.
Doesn't help you at the other end.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few points of clarification and questions. I think you answered, Katrina, point 17, scope to reduce costs as a result of recently announced funding from NZTA. It's actually, it's a reduction in the funding we were budgeting for, correct? As opposed to, the way it reads, it's like it's extra funding, but you said it's, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Table 18, the figures, the cost saving figures, are they the total operating expenditure or the rated amount?
That is the rated component. So that it would be, that's the rated component.
Okay. And so when you say the cost savings, they're actually reductions in the quite significant increases in the budget going forward, as opposed to cost savings from what we spend now.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I just had a question around the fact that you've raised that funding issue from NZTA, and so that kind of we've had to readjust our budget. But in the consultation document, we've got the kind of previous budget before that was announced, which is quite significantly different. So just for consistency, we've put that in the consultation document, but now the actual plan is going to be vastly different. So how does that affect our consultation process? That might be a question for Desiree, I'm not sure.
Either one of you.
Sorry, are you talking about the table of the years, the amount to be collected through targeted rates and the total cost? In the LTP, so it was 2023, the amount to be collected through a targeted rate was 3.1 million with a total cost of 6.6 million. So in terms of the that financial year, that doesn't change. It's the increases in the year 2 and year 3 that we were anticipating that wasn't going to be collected, that was going to be collected that we haven't received. And so what I said at the beginning was our current service and the current cost of our service can be met by Waka Kotahi with the 51% subsidy on the basis that we proposed in the LTP for year 1 and then ongoing year 2 and year 3. So we're not looking to make any step change in the PT service, just continue what we are currently doing.
Yeah, so my question was, is that how we laid it out in the consultation document, or is it different? And that's probably more a question for Desiree, because we keep getting told that if we fall outside what we consulted on, it triggers something.
Through you, Chair, this is always the case with passenger transport because you never know going into a long-term plan what the government allocation is going to be. What this may yet trigger for us down the line would be whether we have to reconsult on our regional transport plan, RPTP, which is where the decision on the scale and breadth of services was originally made. It's not an issue for the LTP.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And just one last question, please, Chair. There's a couple of paragraphs there around staff have looked at different distances, etc. And in our recommendation, there's about further review of the policy going forward. So this is just a note, but is it a possibility that the distance to the service can be part of the ratings, just like the Upper Tukituk control flood scheme is? So there's different rating factors depending on your level of service. Is that something we could introduce to help some of the feedback we've had through the submissions about distance to bus stop and whether they use the service or not? And even those cars that transport kids or bikes, I mean, that's all extra cost to those people to get to the stop in the first place.
So subject to recommendation 3.3, Councillor Foley, that would be part of the further review for rating public transport that we'd do in the next financial year, yes.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Katrina, I went to a meeting in Twyford a few weeks back and they were pretty animated about the rate increase that was coming their way, and I'd done some analysis prior to going of some sample properties, and on average their rates were going up by about 50%, and nearly half of that 50% was related to transport. And for me, and I think for a lot of us, that was an unintended consequence of revenue and finance changes. So my question is for those people, and by my calculation it's 1,703 people, i.e. people affected by $200 or more. The options available to them are 50% remission now, and if we decide to change how we rate for that next year. Have I got that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Good questions.
Have you right, John?
Any further questions? Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah. Point 5, how the activity is funded. We're talking about the revenue and finance policy identified the distribution of benefits to be, and so and it talks about 5.1, individuals who use and communities who can access public transport services are the primary beneficiaries. So my question is, of the submitters, although we actually didn't ask for submissions, of the submitters that we had, how many of them indicated that they were not the beneficiaries of this rate, although they were rated for it?
So through the readings of submissions, Councillor Van Beek, I read every submission that referred to public transport. There were a number of submissions, and I'm not going to quote the number because off the top of my head I can't recall. It would be single digits without a doubt of the 26 submissions that stated that while they didn't use public transport, they thought that it should be paid for by general rate, that there was a general community benefit, and they were happy to pay even though they didn't benefit from it. But there were no submissions that actually specifically said they were a user of the service and a beneficiary.
Okay, so a large number of those submitters were indicating that they actually don't use and don't get any benefit from the public transport, which they're now asked to pay for. Also, 5.2, the community as a whole, which benefits to a lesser degree from less congestion on roads and reduced emissions. When will these ratepayers that have been added to the new footprint, the new 5,000, when will they actually benefit from this? And we know where this is going. When will they actually benefit for the payment that they're going to pay this coming year.
Through you, Chair, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I can't tell you when they're going to benefit. They benefit now as a community. We all benefit from those who choose to take public transport rather than take individual vehicles. That then reduces congestion. We all benefit from that. And we benefit now as a result of reduced emissions. Any amendment we can, any change we can make in that regard, the community as a whole benefits.
Good. Madam Chair, if I could just follow up on that very point on emissions. Have we developed any evidence around savings or the impacts of emission reduction to demonstrate the benefit of the general public benefit we get? Is there an exercise in
Through you, Chair, absolutely there is. There are central government investigations and research have identified the public benefit from a reduce of emissions. The current government is continuing to support, endorse and require a change from current diesel through to electric buses in response to the knowledge that vehicle emissions is a significant contributor to climate change emissions. So there is central government and research on that, not by HBRC.
I couldn't hear you. I just heard a diesel bus pull up and I couldn't hear you. What was that again?
That's because it's not funded properly, Councillor Dunbar.
Not yet. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Katrina. Look, I just, some sort of high-level figures might give us a sense around this question about whether actually we're getting a kind of a climate return at the moment. I've got it in my head that the total number of person trips a year is in the 400,000 mark. Is that correct, or am I? 300 and something thousand. Do we know what the total number of bus events, routes is? Because then we could divide one by the other and get a sense of how many people were sitting on a bus on average, and then we could think about how much diesel was involved. Do you have that figure in your head, Katrina? How many routes are driven each year?
Through you, Chair, no, I don't have that number on the top of my head.
Okay.
We have approximately 420 passengers a year, all of them relying on public transport. We have, sorry, I don't have that.
Okay, thank you. I don't deny the public good in it. It's just from a climate point of view, not quite so sure.
Okay, shall we look to our resolutions?
Got another question?
Another question, yes, to do with the paper, the item.
What do you think?
Yes. Just trying to keep us on track and.
So, unintended consequences have been talked about. And we've got a remissions part in this paper. I think all of us around the table understand that what unintended consequences means, and that we actually have made a mistake in actually setting this particular rate on these rural ratepayers that are now included into the total area of rating. Could we, as a council, put a blanket 50% rates of remission in? It's not. So if you've got a ratepayer who's not aware of the possibility of rates of remission, will be paying this particular rate. And I think that is wrong. It's not them who made the mistake, we did. We created this unintended consequence, not them. So I think, could we as a council make a blanket resolution that we actually will give them a remission of 50%?
On the expanded or the existing?
On the expanded.
On the expanded. So the 2,000, 5,000. 5,000.
Probably answer the logistical aspect of it.
No, we need to receive some form application.
For remission.
Yeah.
Can we instead inform them of the position that they're in and to apply? Yes?
Yeah.
Surely we as a council can make that on their behalf, since it's not due to their decision but our decision?
Would that be a remission or would it be something else?
Chair, I think what Councillor Van Beek's proposing is that there is a notion here about a remission policy, and that the remission policy simply say that if you're one of the 5,000, you get, the criteria for the application would say, you know, under special circumstances, you're eligible to get half the increase back.
Yes.
That's pretty much what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the question is that open to us as a matter of technique, method, policy?
We didn't consult on that remissions policy. That's an existing one, and it does state it needs to be in writing. We need to receive something. So we were just.
Yes, it would still be by way of application, but it would be set, because we're proposing to set some criteria here in paragraph 41. I think what Councillor Van Beek is proposing is those criteria might be different and say, criteria 1, you are a new entrant to the footprint.
Yep.
Your increase is above $200, or just straight out, you are a new increase to the footprint. You can apply for half of the increase back. You can set the level of remission. Yeah. I think people still have to go through our process. Yes. We make it as simple as we possibly can. Okay.
Yeah.
As we come back to that in motion.
Yeah. Councillor says?
I think Councillor Van Beek's proposal was that it was automatically applied to their rating bill, not that an application needed to be received. And what I'm hearing is that that is outside the capacity of the policy. And is there any way that we could make a change to that or make a resolution to change it? Is there a way to deal with that? And I heard Councillor Van Beek saying people won't know, they pay their bills, it's automatic, This is a way of fixing this up at our end without ratepayers needing to step into a process, which I know we do well because I've checked that out, but also is a process that many people don't know about or have time for. Is that?
Differential rate.
That's what is. I think what Vanessa's responded with is we didn't consult on that. And is that significant enough to trigger consultation? That's my next question.
We did consult on it.
Madam Chair, if we looked at it a different way
Yeah.
and looked at, which I think would be in the bookends, is to actually apply a differential rate for newcomers to the footprint, so that they were 50% of the change.
So I'll
is there a
just
comment
get a
from
response because I think the team tried to work on a differential.
So we did discuss the possibility of a differential, but we decided that, so revenue and finance, we have to go through a very thorough process to actually look at who benefits, why we're giving it to these ratepayers, and then go through the impacts and look at all of that. If we were to just put a differential, we wouldn't actually understand the impacts that we're doing. And so we felt that that's why we would look at that next year, and we would do the remission this year, and next year we would look at it more thoroughly to actually understand what we're doing with the differential if we chose to go that route.
So the best lever for remission for this group of people in the new footprint is year 1 remission, to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Year 2, by year 2, there will be a different type of rate applied.
We would have consulted on it.
And we would have consulted on it, and we've had time to do that, and that changes the circumstance for year 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I just want to check on the logic of remissions and the threshold. So if we take it that the average, so the threshold is the average, so if you're above, and it's about $200.
Yeah.
So if we just imagine someone has had a $199 increase and they're new to the footprint, therefore they get no remission. But if they if they have $201 increase, then they end up getting a 50% remission. So they go back to $100.50, right? Seems to me to be a little bit, it seems to be that you want to be more differentially affected so you get more differential benefit. I just wonder whether that is the right approach, or whether we should just smooth down to 200, and then if you get to 400, you have the lesser of half or 200. That would be my solution. If councillors or staff were concerned about the perverse result of actually tipping over a threshold and actually benefiting more than those who don't get to the threshold.
Are we moving into discussion here? Are we?
But we're just testing right
Yeah,
now to
yeah.
understand.
Because I'm very interested in that, but I didn't understand it. Someone would have to write, someone have to write it down.
I've done the whiteboard round. I think
Simply, if you receive the lesser of 50% or a $200 remission, then that would flatline you essentially at the $200 until you originally got to 400, and then everyone over 400 increase would get the greater of, would get more than $200 back. But I mean that those people who were over 200 wouldn't fall below the 200, right?
Yeah. I think I'm with you.
So what was the average rate being paid in town?
Which town?
Hastings?
It was,
Napier?
it was,
Yeah.
sorry, through you, Chair, it was between 100 and 200.
How much?
Say again, Katrina, we couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I said it was between $100 and $200 was the average.
Okay, average increase or average overall cost?
The average overall, and that was on the new rate
And the existing footprint.
in the existing footprint.
I wouldn't need to see that because I find it hard to believe, but anyway. I looked at quite a few in town and they were 55, 87,
Yeah.
79.
Yeah.
Definitely not in the 200s.
Great, less than 200, nothing.
Okay,
Greater than
then
200, the lesser.
there's a few issues to work through here.
Yeah, 50%.
We've got a footprint definition, new versus current. We've got a distance issue, 400 metres versus 2.5 kilometres.
And more.
We've got $200 or more proposed. And then we've got the remission process for year one, knowing that year 2 and 3 are going to change. Okay? So those are our main points that we need to get through to move through this item. Okay? Councillor Foley.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just one last question. I definitely want to see the relief for year one until we sort this out, but just something I should have asked. Has Chris Coomer got the revised figures now for what we are going to rate year 1, 2 and 3? So as in the table in the document, it was 4.6, 6.6, 7.1, so quite significant increases. Has he got those updated figures to hand?
Okay.
Through you, Chair, we've got a rates calculator we can put up so you understand what the ups and downs will be, because there haven't been any ups and downs yet in the total rate take, but there's a rates calculator we can put on the screen that shows you what the impact is up and down. Is that what you were looking for?
No, sorry, I'm just trying to look at the public transport in isolation. I kind of fell off my chair when I first saw that initial budget. It sounds like it's better.
Yeah.
What is it right now? In isolation, nothing to do with rates increases.
So the paper talks about reducing the 6.6 million by 1.1 million down, and then reducing the 7.1 million down by 1.7.
Okay, so that's how to read that. Okay.
Yeah.
So year 1 is still 4.6. Year 2 is
5.5.
5.5. And year 3 is
5.4.
5.4.
Okay, thank you.
5 and 6. Okay. Okay, team. So I just want to take us through an indication of the footprint in terms of remission, because Councillor Williams, you did raise including the new and current? Is that still an issue?
Yeah, well, if you were to do a councillor Harding, it wouldn't matter where you lived. If your increase was greater than $200 or greater than $400 or whatever it is, you'd be entitled to his formula worth of remission. We wouldn't need to get into distances.
Yeah.
I would otherwise be minded to want to include existing that have big increases, and I'd be minded to want to know, to shrink the distance from 2.5 to 400 metres. But if we're just going to do a blanket remission across everything, who's bigger than $200, then it gets a lot more straightforward, but will cost a lot more, because it could cost up to $1 million a year.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Chair. I kind of feel like we're a little bit off track. We have public transport. It was being paid for by people within a footprint where the buses ran. On a policy and principle level, we looked at extending that footprint for people who could be feeding into that, and we looked at the wider community benefits. There's a really clear problem that's come particularly in our peri-urban environment with high capital value properties who are some distance from the bus stops.
Yeah.
We need to review the policy, that's absolutely clear, and whether, as discussed in the paper, we move to a fixed charge per property or a differential or any other model that will get unpacked and consulted on, that will be fixed for year 2. And it seems to me distances from bus stops or anything else are really incredibly time-consuming and complicated. The very simple way to approach this is, just as Councillor Van Beek has said, to look at new people to the footprint, which is the extended footprint, and create a percentage discount on that rate to give us time to fix it up. That's a really simple way. To think that anyone who already was in the footprint and receiving the direct benefit of the service now also needs to be recalculated, it doesn't make any sense to me, and I agree with Councillor Van Beek. I did a lot of digging into it as well, and most people, except for extremely high capital value within our towns, are around $50, $60, $70. It's not in the hundreds, although there certainly are those there.
So you'd rather focus on the new footprint?
We're trying to deal with a problem in our policy, and I don't know where people get numbers from, but my numbers on the people, if you start getting into those numbers, it's only really 270 people in that extended footprint who go over the $200. I think that becomes almost irrelevant. We take the new footprint and say we needed to set a differential or look at that rating correctly. The way to resolve that is simply to do a flat rate across anyone in the new footprint. That's the way I'd approach it.
I would support that.
Isn't there, haven't we got a problem, Chair, though? I mean, we can't change the rate method this year. We can only do a remission. And what we need to give direction is what we're wanting people to look at for the rate review next year, which would be UAGC, differentials, whatever it might be.
Yes.
Within that new footprint. But the immediate thing is, what's our emissions policy?
What is the emissions policy on the new footprint? I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. That was what I was saying. Yes.
And through you, Chair, I just test with the team. It feels as though the distance thing for those people in the new is a complicator that's potentially unnecessary.
Yeah.
And what we just do is above a certain amount, there is a remission available of this amount.
Yes.
I take on board Councillor Harding has suggested that there's a point where that stops if it's going to drop it below other people as a potential mechanism to limit that. And that means that we deal with, or council is dealing with, those people who have the highest level of unintended consequence, but you still support your general principle of
Okay, got it.
Okay. Councillor Harding?
Yeah, look, I just wanted to pick up on something that Councillor Sears mentioned. I'm looking, and this is a question about how many people are actually affected, the new ratepayers over $200, and I'm looking at the graph, which is the easy to read, item 7, attachment 3.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, and we're not talking commercial industrial, it's actually the 4 columns we're focusing on the right-hand side. And so we have
You on that one?
Yeah, so we have 700 plus 283 plus 131 plus, so altogether there's about 1,500.
Yeah.
So it is quite a substantial amount
Yeah.
in that new
In that
200
new-
above.
Yes, yes.
Right.
It'd be about 1,500 times 200 sort of thing.
And just to my algorithm to try and, get rid of the unintended consequences of giving people experiencing more pain more relief than people with slightly less pain, there's that, it really only affects the zone between 200 and 400. And you could either flatline that and say up to 400, everyone just pays 200, it gets relieved back to 200, and then above the 400, 50%, right? Or,
Application.
yeah, that's probably the simplest way to look at it.
Right, you're going to need to write that down, councillor Harding.
Yeah, that was good. No, Desiree's got that, but
The logic about that is the average in town, we actually can walk within 400 metres because that's international standard. Obviously, us rural people, we actually don't care. And I feel discriminated against if that wasn't the target that we would use. If the average in town would pay, say, if I look at that, it will be around about let's call it $100. And we're going to pay, the rural ratepayer is going to pay 200 at minimum. Okay? So therefore, our submitters have already told us that they think it's highly unfair. They don't use buses. There's no buses coming past their places, not in the bull's roar. So we are still continue to overload these ratepayers with an extra burden that they actually can't get benefits from. And we have made it quite clear as a council that we look after those who get the benefits out of the rating portfolio that we charge them. So I don't know how we're going to do that, but it needs to be, for an average of $200 for a rural ratepayer that actually can't use his transport compared to those in town who only pay about 100, I think it's highly unfair.
Chair,
And I keep saying it.
Can I make a suggestion? Because we're workshopping a rates remission policy on the fly here. I think everyone has agreed that we need to focus on the new people in the system.
Yep.
It needs to be fair. It needs to provide the relief Councillor Van Beek is
Yep.
talking about. To some level we can deal with, but we could be here till 9 o'clock working this thing out.
Yeah.
Is there some way we can make a resolution that we're going to have a rates remission policy so that we can do the UAGC thing next year?
It's 3.2.
And then come back to it on the 26th of June or the 3rd of July before we adopt the LTP with actually that spelt out. And that we'll workshop it between now and the 3rd of July.
Yeah,
Can you pull?
I think we need a number to put into the rates calculator as we move through these items. I know what you're suggesting.
Are you telling me that if we worked out a formula and agreed on it now, they'd have a number by 5 o'clock?
Does it no mean
It's
for the
included in the
adoption?
total remissions, so whatever we end up with. So the remissions, it says in the last paper, there's a total of $1 million,
Yes.
which includes this as well as a number of other things. No matter, unless we decided here that we were remitting the entire lot and it was much more than $1 million, it's not going to affect that last number.
Okay.
So essentially, what this is asking for is our direction, but the criteria is still to be unpacked.
Yeah.
But we need to give a signal that we agree that the rates remission, as stated in here, over $200 for the new footprint, are going to be able to have remission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is broadly what they're asking. In terms of Nick, in terms of the detail of the remission, is there further opportunity for us to discuss that?
The guidance we need is that we have to, because somebody has to pay. So ultimately, anything you remit lands on the general rate. So other people will pay.
Subject to a later discussion.
Subject to a later discussion about how you might deal with that.
Yeah.
What would be really difficult would be if the amount we set aside to cover remissions changes from today to the 3rd of July when you adopt significantly, because that would mean that the LTP you're adopting is essentially wrong. So there's enough in here, whatever the final detail, but it is around distances, and I think the distances is a red herring.
Yeah.
But $200 from all the analysis that officers did was about the right point. It provided relief to those people newly in the scheme. It matched the averages that were being paid in town. If council is significantly different to that in terms of your view, it would be good to know that now, because if it materially affected the amount we have to set aside for remission through the general rate, then we need to understand that. I don't need the fine detail of whether it's
Right, okay.
175.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I just note that recommendation 3.2 simply agrees rates remission. So we might indeed be getting bogged down in level of detail for the resolution that we don't need to.
I agree, but we're passionate. Councillor Roadley?
Just very quickly, I wanted to note that whilst I concur with the need for relief, that by putting it back onto the general rate, you're actually then taxing or rating constituents outside the complete footprint, including our whānau in Parongaho and Wairoa, who absolutely are not catching a bus anywhere or taking their bike to the bus stop. So just be mindful, you actually are shifting it into places
The general rate
which
for
is
remission.
possibly unintended.
Can't do a targeted rate within the footprint to pay for emissions?
Can I just clarify this? I think we've discussed this a lot, and it's been very confusing, but actually 3.2 does it.
Yeah, it does. No kidding.
With not a lot of detail, but I think the direction was if you're in the footprint and you're above $200, you're going to get some relief, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And we can come back with more information on a defined average impact. So it's greater than average impact. We can come back with, okay.
Okay, I think we're at the point where we can move these, knowing the details to come.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Williams, you want to move that? I'm not going to move these recommendations, and you'll understand why in a moment.
Councillor
move.
Harding, you have
Thank
to
you.
move. In a second, Councillor Sears. Okay, any brief comments?
Thank you.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, look, I do have a couple of comments, and they're probably at the same level of upset that Councillor Curtin shared around civil defence. And if you'll forgive me 2 minutes in what proved to be a very long day, this is absolutely gutting for me. Okay, so we've just been smashed by a cyclone that caused $10 billion worth of damage in 12 hours. Why? Because of CO2 emissions. What's our biggest lever for driving down CO2 emissions, or 20% of them in this region? It's public transport. What are we going to do? We're going to cut our cloth. Frankly, it's pathetic. All right? That's kind of where I'm at as a default setting around this. You know, you think of the co-benefits of this. There are, I agree with Katrina, immediate co-benefits to anyone, for everyone who gets on a bus, wherever you live, if you're coming into town. It does reduce road maintenance. It does reduce congestion. So, you know, I'm incredibly upset about this. And I accept the logic that I reluctantly accept the logic that we shouldn't levy a rate at a greater share than's going to be matched by the Crown. I understand that, but what I don't understand, frankly, is the Crown logic that would put $1 billion into an expressway and wouldn't put $10 million into funding a public transport system which would take 20% of the traffic off that expressway, and putting the rest into our rural roads to fix them, and to upgrading State Highway 2, including the Waikari Gorge and the Devil's Elbow, and getting State Highway 5 up to a speed where you could actually travel safe at 100k. What are we doing? First world problem on the expressway, and public transport's taking it for the team. So I apologise to everyone who's going to be left standing out in the rain for an hour, who can't get to the hospital in less than 2 hours, who's mobility disadvantaged and is going to lose my way. And I apologise to the staff who've sweated their butts for the last 5 years to get a public transport system this region deserves off the line, only to have it wiped out and pulled out from underneath us by government Crown funding decisions that cap our funding at the level they have. Okay, we'll take this one for the team, shall we? We'll get what everyone wants. Sally, you'll get your egg out of your cake. I hope you're listening. All right? So we'll be able to reduce the rates by 2% and 3%, but at what cost and with what sensibility? That's what I don't support.
Councillor Harding, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I get to respond to that, and I didn't see that coming, but I should have. Look, and I just applaud Councillor Williams for making what's a very important and an obvious point that often gets overlooked. And it's been an immense disappointment to me that the Regional Council, as owners of the Regional Public Transport Plan, cannot actually, cannot launch a plan, cannot operate a plan that actually does what the region needs, and that we are constantly fighting central government short-termism around building roads of regional or national significance. The maths are just inescapable. A few $1 million into regional public, to actually build a proper regional public transport with a level of service that would actually be meaningful to make it useful, is orders of magnitude less than building expressways. Why is it? And I'll tell you why it is. It's a lack of public leadership. It's a lack of regional leadership. Let's name it, right? It's a lack of regional leadership that gets us in this space. It's appalling. That's all I've got to say.
Any other speakers? Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, okay. So you around the table and those online may think that I'm totally against active transport. I'm against when rates are being rated unfairly, rated to people who actually cannot make use of the transport system that is being put in place or is in place. And even the one going forward, the transport plan that we have, I think, is going to fail. And unfortunately, as you all know, I'm a proponent of active transport. We've got the best region in New Zealand to actually be part of active transport. And active transport, I include public transport. But unfortunately, we haven't got the TAs on board. They are not willing to make changes and investments in that. And so we are hitting a brick wall with them. And I would love to see a good public transport system in place that actually services those who use them well as somebody with a car being able to park right in front of a shop. And therein lies the problem. We have got an attitude within New Zealand, and I'm a Kiwi now, so don't tell me that I'm from somewhere else. I'm a Kiwi now, although I'm waiting for my passport and I'm hoping to get it in the next week, otherwise I'm in trouble. I believe I was brought up in a country where I could go to any place in my country on public transport within a time frame that I knew exactly how long it would take. We haven't got that here. And I would have torn up the contract yesterday that we've got right now and start again. But we're having to wade through a massive issue with a contractor that is not holding its contract, especially during the COVID period, when we should have used public transport to the extent that it was available to us if the contractor would have sufficed. So I'm not against active transport. I'm only against an unreasonable rate to those who cannot actually and will not, and they've submitted so, use public transport. Thank you.
Thank you. And, Councillor Foley?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I'm not going to have a go at the government because that's the environment we're in, and it is what it is. But what I guess what I'd say I'm against is just budget blowouts at this specific time we're in, and our poor ratepayers just couldn't afford the budget that was set before we had the announcement from NZTA. So in a way, I guess it's still an increase coming over the next 3 years, but it's nowhere near as much as it's going to be. And I couldn't see how I was going to progress with that initial budget based on what the ratepayers are saying out there, what they can afford, regardless whether they use it or not. It was just too much. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, Chair, I think, to me, this discussion is similar to a number that we've had, and I'd like to see dedicated cycle lanes out there, and in Hastings, it's tailor-made for it, especially Hastings, it's all flat, and I'd like to see buses going where they need to go every 10 minutes, which is something we aspire to. And, you visit cities internationally that have got that, and you come back fist pumping about it because it's great, but it's just, we'd like to have world-class flood resilience too, but these, if we would love to have all these things, but it's, to Will's point, it's money. That's why we haven't got it. It's just money.
Then no other speakers. We have those recommendations there, 1, 2 and 3. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Councillor Van Dyke. And that has passed, thank you. I think it's time to move into lunch. Probably a good time to have a break. And I've been having a shocker, not keeping us too track, but everyone wants to, have their bit, and that's just how this has to be. It is important to make these decisions today. So maybe when we do come back, we try and stay far more focused on the topic at hand and move to the recommendations, okay? Otherwise, I would have to ask you at 4 o'clock if we can go beyond 8 hours. So that's the consequence. Okay, thank you. We'll head to lunch.
Can we just have a time, please, Chair? A time to be back?
At 1:30, please. 20 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.